Alrighty. So, my couple of day vacation turned into a lot of sick time. Let me just say, I understand that some parents don't understand how infectious some things are. And I get it. People are gonna go. They're gonna go to Disney. They're gonna be on the vacation. They're not gonna know they're sick. I get it. It is what it is. But I got impetigo, which is like a childhood disease. It's a bacterial infection. I had COVID. I had a sinus infection. So I got slammed with everything. It was not fun. But we made the best of it. We only lost half a day. We only lost half a day at one of the parks. I went back to the hotel early. You had to go to a wedding, and of course, you got COVID. I mean, that's just how it is. And now we're looking at the Health and Human Services getting rid of all the COVID vaccines, which I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I believe in vaccinations, but I believe in vaccinations that make sense. I believe in vaccinations for people that make sense. And what I mean by that is, a lot of people don't know this about the flu shot. You get the flu shot every year. Sometimes your doctor tells you should get the flu shot. Sometimes your insurance company says you have to get the flu shot. For some high-risk people, they literally say, if you don't get the flu shot and you get the flu, well, then you're kind of screwed. But what people don't realize is you have, all sorts of versions of the flu running around. And they decide that these 4 are the ones that are most likely going to impact us this season. So they jam 1, 3, 5, and 7 into the vaccine. They stab you in the arm or the mist. And of course, because you get exposed to it, your body starts developing natural antibodies. And when the flu season comes along, you're supposed to be able to fight this off. Well, 2 problems come with that. Number 1, number 7 decides it doesn't want to die, so it mutates, which, it happens. And then what happens is some idiot with number 2 runs around airports and amusement parks and places, and everybody gets strained too. It's a guessing game. I get that. I understand it. It's not like chickenpox, measles, mumps, rubella, where the vaccine is going to be like 99.9% effective. And no, vaccines don't cause autism. Vaccines don't cause autism. But as Penn and Teller said, even if they did, it would be better to vaccinate kids anyway. With that said, I get what the Health and Human Services is trying to do. Let's go straight to him and let him talk. Also, what you hear in the background music today, we finally have a blues album on PGN Music. I'm really, really excited about that. I love the blues. I love jazz. I love the blues. Browser on and upper websites. So let's listen to our Health and Human Services Secretary.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. here, your HHS Secretary. At HHS, we have a division called the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, or BARDA. BARDA drives some of our most advanced scientific research. It funds developments of vaccines, drugs, diagnostics, and other tools to fight emerging diseases and national health threats. Over the past few weeks, BARDA reviewed 22 mRNA vaccine development investments and began canceling them. Let me explain why. Most of these shots are for flu or COVID, but as the pandemic showed us, mRNA vaccines don't perform well against viruses that infect the upper respiratory tract. Here's the problem. mRNA only codes for a small part of the viral proteins, usually a single antigen. One mutation and the vaccine becomes ineffective. This dynamic drives a phenomenon called antigenic shift, meaning that the vaccine paradoxically encourages new mutations and can actually prolong pandemics as the virus constantly mutates to escape the protective effects of the vaccine. Millions of people, maybe even you or someone you know, caught the Omicron variant despite being vaccinated. That's because a single mutation can make mRNA vaccines ineffective. The same risk applies to flu. After reviewing the science and consulting top experts at NIH and FDA, HHS has determined that mRNA technology poses more risks than benefits for these respiratory viruses. That's why, after extensive review, BARDA has begun the process of terminating these 22 contracts totaling just under $500 million. To replace the troubled mRNA programs, we're prioritizing the development of safer, broader vaccine strategies, like whole virus vaccines and novel platforms that don't collapse when viruses mutate.
Okay, does it shock anybody that the guy that seemed completely lost early on in this presidential scenario, I don't know what the hell we call these, presidential term, this guy seemed lost and hopeless. And now he's actually making like data-driven decisions. Yeah, we should call them seasons, like in games, presidential season. Like, I respect the fact that you're making a data-driven decision. I don't want you to stop researching SARS and MERS, which are the distant cousins of, COVID. Because if we were to have a version of SARS or MERS that becomes as contagious as COVID is, we'd be fucked. We would simply saturate all of our healthcare capacity in this country, and people would die. People would die because SARS and MERS are way 10 times more lethal than COVID is. These are things that, like, with healthcare, you have like a 20-30% chance of survival. And so once you saturate, I was hoping as a country, and I've been doing this politics show or been talking about politics on my shows for a long time. I was hoping that with COVID, we would look at things and we would say we have serious gaps in our healthcare coverage for the country. Like, what's going to happen when we get hit with a virus that doesn't have a 3.5% lethality rate? What's going to happen when we get something like plague-wise that 1 in 5 people die? Well, we've made no strides in the last 5 years to fix the biggest problem. People don't cover their mouths when they cough. People don't cover their mouths when they sneeze. People don't carry hand sanitizer. People don't carry wipes to, even somebody like my wife and I are both prior Air Force medical, and we both still got sick. Now, most likely I picked up COVID because I was symptomatic sooner, and then I gave it to her. Luckily, our child didn't get it. So our child was basically told, hey, stay the fuck away from us for a couple of days. But I called in to my doctor's office and I was like, I gotta get seen. And I said, they're like, what's going on? I gave them symptoms and they're like, oh, go over to the urgent care. Well, I went into the urgent care. The first thing I did when I walked in is I said, can I have a mask? Because I might be sick. I don't know what I have. Remember during COVID, the masks were at the door? The masks were at the door. Like, put them on. But you still had people that didn't want to. That is what India did, and it's considered a third world country. They created their own mRNA vaccine for COVID. Well, okay, let's talk about this thing that happens all the time with first world and third world countries. We need to stop calling countries third world or first world. It doesn't really work anymore. Third world countries, first world countries, the original designator were they allies of the United States or were they allies of the Soviet Union? This idea of calling India a third world country, right? India is not a third world country. Parts of it are. Parts of America are a third world country. If you really want to get into the economic designator, huge swaths of America would classify as third world countries. Detroit, the east side of Chicago, East St. Louis, Oakland, parts of Philadelphia, parts of, Atlanta. By the way, I don't know what the hell happened on my way down to Florida. I drove through Atlanta with no traffic, so that was like fucking amazing. It was like, come on through. It was the middle of the day too. And we're going to talk about some bullshit regarding that. But India, there's a lot going on in India. It would be nice if we were, and I'm sorry, I misspoke. I said third world countries support Russia. That was incorrect. Third world countries were the countries that supported nobody. First world countries supported the United States. Second world countries aligned with the USSR. And the third world countries were like the independent, they wanted to stay out of the Cold War. And India was one of the largest independent nations. I hate that phrase, independent, because first and third world countries didn't have allegiance, but they stayed out of it. We've now, we now say poor or underdeveloped countries. We need to stop that. But nobody wants to have an actual legitimate conversation about the developing world. I think there is a really important part. I don't think you can call a nuclear armed country an undeveloped country. They may not have the same infrastructure. Well, parts of it are, and I don't want to talk about politics since it reflects almost the same talking point as others are responsible for all your problems, but the Indian Congress Party is no better. Well, yeah, right now we're seeing the same problem in every country around the globe. For some odd reason, everybody is living in a country with shitty leadership. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen what's going on with Texas right now. Texas, yeah, I'm back. Back sick, but we're gonna do this. I won't be here Friday. I'll figure out what I'm gonna do on Friday. I have a CT right in the middle of the show. Maybe I'll start early and do like an early morning special. Right now in Texas, we have a situation where the Republicans in Texas want to gerrymander the districts in order to pick up seats. But California has said they'll do the same thing. If Texas changes its congressional districts, California says it'll change theirs. All the while, the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, has gotten involved with, he's getting ready to run for president. J.B. Pritzker is absolutely aligning himself to be the heir apparent in the next presidential election. It's too soon for him to announce. He'll announce soon, but I want to show you. First of all, I want to show you a video because I like to always.
Anybody out there have a good explanation why the fire department's?
I always like to start with videos because then we can work from the video into the truth behind it. So let's play this one.
Right now, Republicans are trying to cheat because they can't win fairly.
Here's the thing. Anybody that wants to make a video criticizing the redistricting in Texas but has never made a video about Illinois can shut all the way the fuck up. Because Texas is making minor modifications to their map. Fucking Illinois, on the other hand. Holy shit. You understand that in Illinois, Democrats lead the percentage vote by about 52 to 48%? Like, it's pretty fucking even. Because of this batshit crazy drawn map, they have 14 Democrats and 3 Republicans. Look at this shit. What the fuck is going on with 13? Like, are you kidding me? Look at this fucking gerrymandering. Oh, and 17 would be red if it weren't for this little fucking reach down. And then this combination of what the fuck up here, understand all that's just built that way to keep this light blue shit from turning red. Look at this crazy shit. Like, this is all intentional. Guys, Illinois should be about 50-50 red and blue. There should be about an equal number of Republicans as there are Democrats. But this is what gerrymandering looks like. This is what extreme gerrymandering looks like. So until you're willing to fucking criticize this, shut the fuck up about Texas.
Yep. I didn't know what was going on. I was on vacation and I saw this Texas fucking thing happen. And I was like, what the fuck? Look at this shit. This is like the whole southern half of the state is one district. The southern third of the state is one district. St. Clair County is one of the largest counties in southern Illinois. And what did they do? And I actually could not believe this. They actually broke up St. Clair County into two parts so that they could grab the Democratic part of it to anchor 13. Like, why do we live in a world where we allow politicians to gerrymander the map? Why are you dividing a county at all? Like, why should this county get this piece pulled out of it so that it can go in there? A county should all go together. Now, if St. Clair County, because it is the Metro East area, I'd like to know in my own state why, because you'll see you've got part of Madison County taken out there. You've got a little bit of Madison County on either side of that red foot. Well, Madison County should be all one or all the other. We want to talk about, people are making a big deal about fucking Texas. Why not what's going on in Illinois? This is like gangsters setting the place for the meeting and not choosing a neutral place. What it is we're just gonna have whatever fucking rules we want, even though we know how many people are in the state. We know how many representatives we have, so we know how many representatives or how many citizens each representative should represent, so we should divide it that way. Now, I get it. In a state like Illinois, you're going to have a county like Cook County, and Cook County has like 3.5, 4 million people, depending on the day, 5 million people, depending on who you're asking, what you're asking, where you're asking, what numbers you're using. And I get it. You're going to have to divide out Cook County into a couple of districts because you need to have more seats in one county because that's where Chicago is. And I get that. I understand that. Have a seat for Chicago, like the metro area downtown, and then divide out, have a seat for Southern Cook County, Northern Cook County, and or middle or whatever, right? Let me see if I can get the Texas map. I think I might have had the Texas. I don't really like this one. It's no, yeah, that's the map. It's not a good. Oh yeah, here we go. This is the map. Yeah. You should also show the map of Texas and you can clearly see where well, no, you can't. Because the problem with the Texas map is you have to understand the great state of Texas. Looking at Texas and saying we're going to look at it and see where the populated cities are, well, that's That's the exact, because cities lean liberal. No, we need to stop that bullshit. We need to stop that fucking nonsense. You gotta stop repeating that shit. Stop saying cities lean liberal or Democrat in their ideologies. Stop that shit. People, I'm fucking stop that. No, they do not. No, the fuck they do not. They do not lean liberal because nobody leans liberal. Nobody leans conservative. You gotta stop fucking perpetuating that nonsense. There is no such thing as a liberal. There is no such thing as a conservative. You have a liberal view of an issue. You have a conservative view of an issue. You gotta stop saying cities lean Democratic in their ideologies, and you can see this in the cities because number one, that's not correct anyway, and number two, what you're doing right now is you're creating a symbiotic relationship between Democratic and poor, because that's what you're doing. Because where is the money in a state? Is it in the farmland or is it in the city? The money's in the city. Well, if the Republicans are the party of the money, and it's the rich motherfuckers that can afford to live in the city, how are we saying cities lean Democrat? It's bullshit. It's just like people repeating things over and over and over to try to make the narrative true. We have the unions to thank for the 5-day work week. We have the unions to thank for the 40-hour work week. No, the fuck you don't. You have Henry Ford to thank for it. Because unions had been lobbying for a 5-day work week and a 40-hour work week for years and years and years and decades. And then Henry Ford finally fucking did it. And he said, I'm going to do it. And it was because he did it that he forced everybody else to move that way. People need to stop perpetuating the bullshit rumors because it fits the narrative. Trump apparently just put another 25% tariff on India, by the way. What does it fucking matter? What does it matter what tariffs he put on? Because number one, Americans are stupid. Number two, you're never going to be able to convince Americans that they're not stupid, right? In April, experts called tariffs the biggest mistake in 95 years. By July, they generated over 100 billion. Facts expose the haters. Tariffs work. Trust in Trump. Cool story. Who paid that 100 billion? Who paid the 100 billion? People are already starting to see it in the coffee costs. A pound of coffee has gone up by $4. Why? Because the blends that people want to drink aren't the ones that we can grow in America. You think Walmart is going to eat a 25% tariff? No, the fuck they are not. No, they're not. Trust in Trump, starting to sound rather fanatical. But they've had that shit going on for 12 years now. See, the problem is we don't think as people because thinking isn't allowed. I want you to think about social media. I want you to think about influencers. Why do most influencers not stand for anything? Because the moment you stand for something, you lose 50% of your audience. The moment you challenge people to think, to read, the moment you tell them what they believe is been ingrained into them and it's bullshit, that makes them uncomfortable. People don't want to follow. People don't want to put their trust and faith behind somebody who makes them uncomfortable. They want to put their trust and faith behind somebody who says all the right things. What people are looking for is for me to tell you who's to blame for it, right? To make you afraid of it and to promise you an answer of how you're going to fix it. A guy that literally owns tens of thousands of apartment buildings saying he would never have a mortgage because he can get out of his rental agreement every 10 months, but he's stuck with that mortgage for 30 years. What the fuck does he have on the apartment buildings? A fucking mortgage. People want to hear my choices are good. That's what people want. Oh, it's good that you have an apartment. It's good you have an apartment that you can afford. It's great that you have an apartment that takes less than 30%. Because then you start to hear, oh, I'm doing good. Like people, all the millennials, all the Gen Alpha, all the Zoomers, they hate on the baby boomers. Just because the baby boomers had it easy. And as we progress, yes, comparatively, the baby boomers had it easier than Gen Alpha does. Abso-fucking-lutely. Not even going to dispute it. The baby boomers had it easier than Gen Alpha has it. And what are the next 10 words? Because if you say to the Gen Alpha, yeah, the baby boomers had it easier, they could... a baby boomer could buy a house because their minimum wage was tied to a gold standard and they were earning approximately 1.4 ounces of gold a week. Because their minimum wage worked out to an ounce of gold a week. Ounce and a half. But then when you break it down and you tell the Zoomies, the Gen Alpha, the Gen Z, how they could make progress, they don't want to hear it. So, great, Donald Trump put a 25% tariff on India. Ultimately, who cares? It doesn't matter. What matters is, do you need to buy anything from India? Because if you have to buy anything from India, then it's going to matter. But to go back to Illinois, Illinois is welcoming all these legislators from Texas. Now we've got the governor of Texas trying to go to the president to use the FBI to return these representatives. Well, first of all, I don't understand why we have such a breakdown in the process right now. Why is there even a mechanism that allows any state to redraw their districts 5 years after the last census? Why do we even tolerate that? But number two, we got to fix this shit. It's got to get fixed at some point. We are at the critical tipping point of a civil war. Now, it could be a violent civil war, people taking to the streets, protests. It could be an economic civil war, right? It could be a complete turning on its head. But until you get rid of shit that makes no sense like this, if J.B. Pritzker really wants to be president, then J.B. Pritzker should be the first person to say, you know what? The Democrats in Texas are brave leaving their state, but what we're going to do in Illinois is we're going to fix this problem in Illinois. So what we're going to do is we're going to look right here where we have half a county split. We're going to fix that. We're going to fix our own state. We're going to fix our own state first. And when we fix it, then we're going to turn around and we're going to say, these are the things we need to look at. Yeah, here's the existing map. Here's the proposed map. They would lose 5 seats. It's bullshit. It's bullshit anyway. We're gonna add in a bunch of shit over here outside of Dallas. Even though a constituency, the people inside Dallas have one set of needs, and the people out here have another set of needs. Austin and San Antonio. We're going to add a large Republican area that has nothing to do with Austin or San Antonio. South Texas. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. This whole Texas situation really shows all the flaws with American politics. One party's trying to redraw voting districts to win, and the other's fleeing the vote in order to attempt to stop it. You're right. It's a massive problem. It is once again, now we're getting to the point of it is a problem with democracy. Everybody wants to say all the time how great democracy is. Nobody thought about how fucked up this was. Like, think about the first people who decided to draw the voting districts. I don't know why it's not required that voting districts aren't aligned by counties. Is it population related? Well, that's a great thing. That's an absolutely great question. And it's what I said, I think before you got here. They should take the total number of districts. So let's just do the math real quick, right? Population of Illinois. Population of Illinois is 12.71 million. And we have 17 districts. So if we do 12710,000 divided by 17, then what should happen is each seat should represent 747,647 people. Is it going to be perfect? No. Is it going to be absolutely perfect? No. But so Cook County has 5 million people in it. So we'll do the actual 5038084 divided by 647. So Cook is going to get 7 seats. But then the problem is DuPage is going to have to get 2, but they only have 920,000. And then as we go, right? Everybody else is going to get like combined, right? We're going to combine them. That's how it should work. So you've got Cook County, DuPage County, and then everybody else is going to have to pair off. So you're going to have to grab some of these counties at the bottom, right? And you're going to have to look at where Hardin County is for 3,000 people and tag it to another county to get them up to 747,000, right? And that's how it should be. All those little counties that are all next to each other, the constituency of that county, they all have like needs. Wouldn't it be better to just have a popular vote for the entire state for the state seats and then have the voting districts just be for local positions? No. And here's why. Because if you did that, Chicago, right? You would have 5.7 million votes voting on things completely unrelated to them. Because where I am, I make the joke all the time. I'm in a German farming town. From here all the way east, there's 100 miles of no major city. You go 100 miles east of here until you get to the next major city. If you go the other way, you have to go 30 miles north and then 70 miles east to get to a city. We don't have big cities in the southern part of Illinois. Remember, a constituent votes based on their needs. What do the people in Chicago want? Big regional, scientific, high-funded hospitals. Yeah, sure, you just have to have the system in place so the more populated areas cannot just dominate the rural parts. Right, which is why you're broken up into districts, which is good. Because the big city wants major scientific hospitals. Down south, they want rural clinics. I went to a place, I told you guys, I got a call because I was sick. They don't know what's wrong with me. They wanted to check my heart and then check my lungs. I got a call and they said it's a 3-month wait to get your pulmonary exam in the metro area. But if you're willing to drive an hour, they can get you in next week. And as soon as I told the small hospital I was willing to drive, then they called and said, we can get you in this week. Well, there's a value to having those small things. There's a value to having a small regional hospital. I got told when I got back here on Friday I got told if the bacterial infection in my nose spread to go to St. Louis because they don't have any, the hospital group I'm in doesn't have any ENT specialists on this side of the river because they're another highly sued commodity. Everybody has their list of things they want. What did I just see? The city of Chicago is looking for more funding. The city of Chicago wants more money from the state. But the city of Chicago got rid of its basic skills exam. People are giving Oklahoma a hard time. What did I pull down for education in Oklahoma? People are saying Oklahoma is terrible because breaking news. Oklahoma will now require all incoming teachers to pass an America First test, proving they know the Constitution, understand American exceptionalism, and can define a boy and a girl. No woke brainwashing allowed in their schools. People are making this sound like big fucking deal. Here's the big fucking deal. The average American high school teacher can't pass a basic fucking skills test. I think just before I went on vacation, I went and got my basic skills test. I pulled my basic skills test from April 8th in the year 2000. And I passed my basic skills test with 80s and 90s. I got an 80. I remember got an 80 on my writing because they could barely read my writing. But that's because I don't have a tendon in this hand. I can type really well. I can't handwrite very well. Why would you not want your teachers in America to pass a basic fucking skills test? I would like to propose that if you vote me king with unlimited power for 10 years, so I can clean this fucking shithole up, every single person teaching your kids in school will pass a basic skills test where they must have a minimum education of 12.9 in order to teach, because 12.9 means you graduated high school. And if we have to change the way kids are taught for 5 years until we get enough quality candidates, this is why when teachers start talking about you need to pay teachers more, motherfucker, you can't do math, you can't read, you can't write. Why the fuck would I pay you more? The fact that teachers protested taking a basic skills test tells me they can't pass a basic fucking skills test, so they don't need to be in front of your kids anyway. How many fucking teachers are like, and here's the really fucked up part, ladies and gentlemen, if we want to get into like the real shit of this thing, men historically don't teach in grade schools because society was worried about men teaching young girls. I don't see hundreds of fucking men being convicted of having sex with their students, but I see a whole fucking bingo card lineup of women who have abused their students. I don't give a fuck about you want equal rights or equal pay or smaller classrooms or lighter workload. I give a fuck. Do you have the ability to teach at the level, to operate at the level to which you teach? It seems so much shame that teachers having to have at least a high school education is required in order to teach. Should that not be higher? No, it is higher. It absolutely is higher. You have to have to teach, to be a teacher. I don't know of any state that does not require you to at least be in your degree seeking program for your teaching certificate before you teach. There are states that you can teach with just a bachelor's degree as long as you are in a teacher certificate program. There are some school districts that are so desperate, they will allow people who are more than halfway through their teacher program to begin teaching. They're under the care and assignment of a teacher. Now, I'm an asshole. So we're going to point out the obvious here. When I was a teacher, I was what is called a student teacher. I taught for 10 weeks. Now, my supervising teacher was fucking amazing. Her name was Heather. She was awesome. I walked in. I was ready to rock and roll. She let me go on Wednesday of my first week student teaching. All I had to do was turn in my lesson plans on Friday. She looked at them. She never had a single problem with me. So I have a teacher above me that evaluates me as I teach the students. This was awesome. Okay. If you have a teacher up here who can only operate at the 8th grade level, how the fuck can they supervise a student teacher? How does this person who only has this skill set know if this person has this skill set? What'd you say? You said, while I was talking about basic skills test, I may have misunderstood. Right. The basics, remember, the basic skills test. I may be employed by the school to teach government, but I should still be able to read at a 12th grade level, write at a 12th grade level, do basic algebra, geometry, trigonometry. How can I supervise? What the fuck good is a study hall? Like, I never took a study hall in high school. I never took a study hall. They were fucking bullshit and useless as far as I was concerned. Why am I taking a study hall if I have questions in study hall, but I have a fucking English teacher as my study hall supervisor, but I need help in math? Shouldn't study hall be at the end of a hallway where there's just 4 classrooms or 8 classrooms? However many classrooms you need to have for the students to be in study hall, shouldn't there be that many? That way, if the kids need to go get help in math, they're sitting in study hall, they're like, can I go over to the math room? So you walk in, and then when you walk into the math room, there's a teacher there that says, hey, what can a fucking math teacher, right? Walk across the hallway. You were under a significant scrutiny to be a grad TA for good reason. I was cereal box. Think about how much scrutiny I was under as a TA at the college level. I was 20 years old. I was 20 years old as a teacher's assistant. I started teaching people. 99% of my students were older than me. I got my bachelor's degree at 20. Right? The first night that I sat down, I walked into a classroom and I said, hi, I'm Mr. J. You don't have to call me Mr. J. I'm required to introduce myself as Mr. J. You can just call me J. I'm going to be teaching Introduction to Classroom Management. And a woman collected her stuff and she's like, I am not going to be taught by somebody your age. And I said, that's fine. You can go down to the registrar's office. Just understand this is a cohort class. So the next time this is taught is in 3 semesters. And she's like, well, I'm not going to stand for this. Have a nice night, ma'am. And she started arguing with me. I said, ma'am, there is nothing that comes of arguing with me. I am the assigned instructor for this. This class doesn't get taught again at night for 3 semesters. You have to go to the registrar's office. Maybe you can take it during the daytime. I can't take it during the daytime. I'm busy. Ma'am, all those are great things. Registrar's office, please. They're the ones that are going to help you. And as she walked out, I looked at the class. I said, well, that was a great example of classroom management. Let's start and let's break it down. And the people laughed. And I said, I apologize that I am only 20 years old. But obviously, I know what I'm doing because the university has said I can teach this class. This isn't rocket science, right? It's education like 102, Introduction to Classroom Management. Nice old lady in the back of class. Why are you teaching the class? Because nobody else wants to. And my scholarship says I'm a teaching assistant, which means this is what I got dumped on to do. I had a great time teaching those people. They taught me as much as I taught them. They were all teachers' aides, or they were people getting like a master's degree in education. Your high school has bulldog period instead of study hall. Classroom teachers for subjects have to make themselves available during to assist students. That's a good system. That's a good system right there. You know what a better system would be? A better system would be is if we looked over at Europe and we looked at how they do it. And a lot of European schools have moved to no homework, except reading. A lot of European schools and some essays and stuff, but they're not doing like technical work. Like you write a paper, you do some reading, but when it comes to like math and science, you do all the math and science in the classroom. Because what they've learned is what we should have learned in this country. Perfect practice makes perfect. If you're practicing but you're not perfect, you're reinforcing mistakes. Now, will the American school system ever get better? Not until people demand it get better. Not until people demand it get better. But the Chicago Public School District wants like $1.3 billion. How the fuck are you let me see if I can get the actual number. Chicago Public Schools face a significant funding shortfall, estimated to be $1.6 billion per year. Okay, so you say that you're $1.6 billion, right? Underfunded. There are 325,000 students in the Chicago public school system. Let's do that divided by 305. So they're saying that they have a funding shortfall of $5,000 per student. Okay. Do you remember the history of this country for a second? Just so we can remember. You remember... A grumpy old man is old enough to remember. Rail is old enough to remember. You remember when there was no bullshit with your school? You went to school, you sat the fuck down, you shut the fuck up, you learned. You learned through rote memorization. You learn through rote memorization. It is not the best way to do it. I am not saying it is the best way to do it. But it is a hell of a lot better than what we have right now. Did I like doing worksheets? No. Or you got pulled into the hallway and swatted with a paddle, or wrapped across the knuckles. It's fucking arthritis reason right there, man. Dad, why do your hands claw like that? Man, fucking Sister Mary Frances, fucking puta. Jesus. It's funny, when I was a technician for an educational agency in Iowa, I gave search engine staff development training. So yeah, I was teaching introduction to Google. Right. I was given a little freedom to change things I like. I more or less changed the lab that students have to take along with the lecture course to be more supervised practical application. For all the talk about how GTAs got pushed back to change courses, I got like 0. And if the reviews are to be trusted, it turned out to be pretty dope. Yeah. The trick here is we need to teach people to think again. We need to teach people to think. Not what to think, just to think. Jesus, you can use ChatGPT, Claude, the internet, AI Overview, Copilot. You can ask them questions. Yeah, critical and logical thinking. We don't teach people how to think. We don't even encourage thinking anymore. We don't encourage it.
Right now, Republicans...
It's why we're in just a shitty state. Let's let's look at this one. So, you know, if you're a big fan of 4, 5, 6, and 8 in your civil liberties, the amendments, you know that you have the right to representation by an attorney. Well, what happens when that goes sideways? What happens when that breaks?
We've got to talk about how hundreds of criminal cases are getting tossed out right now, not because they're BS or there's a legal loophole, but because defense attorneys just stop showing up. And specifically, what I'm talking about here is the Massachusetts justice system just falling apart, right? Because you have lawyers there refusing to take on cases for defendants that can't pay as a protest for higher wages. And that is then forcing judges there to dismiss dozens of criminal cases, even those with potentially violent defendants, right? And to fully understand how we got to this point, we also have to talk about exactly how the system works in Massachusetts. Because you see, unlike in most states, Massachusetts, they rely heavily on private lawyers rather than public defenders to handle cases where the defendants can't pay for an attorney. I mean, we're talking about roughly 80% of cases like this being handled by private attorneys. And because the defendant can't pay and the right to legal representation is, guaranteed in the Constitution, the state pays those attorneys. They contract them and they call them bar advocates. Except in Massachusetts, bar advocates are reportedly not paid anywhere near the amount as their counterparts in nearby states. The state offers just $65 an hour for these cases, which is less than half of the $150 that attorneys are making in Maine. And then also in looking around, you find New Hampshire's rate is $125 and $100 plus in Vermont and Rhode Island. And so you have these mass attorneys asking the state to hike their wages up to $100 an hour for these cases. And so now you've got the attorneys giving the system a taste of the potential consequences, right? Because since Memorial Day, they've just stopped doing court-appointed work. And as more lawyers joined the pretty loosely organized protests, the number of defendants going without representation, they just multiplied. With the whole thing then coming to a head last week where you had judges forced to dismiss 102 criminal cases in Boston and the surrounding area, thanks to a state law that says that after 45 days, if defendants still do not have a court-appointed attorney, the charges against them have to be dismissed entirely. And again, these cases that have been dismissed, some of them have violent charges attached to them, right? Things like one defendant who was released from custody despite being accused of threatening the mother of his child with a gun while she held their baby. But also with everything that's been said, I will say the one saving grace here is that of the cases that have been dismissed, they were dismissed without prejudice. And that's important because it means that the prosecutors can refile the charges if and when defense representation is made available. Of course, what does that really mean if a defendant who is maybe guilty of something is still a threat and they're just not being prosecuted because of what's happening?
Okay, so I'm gonna break this shit down for a second. You're paying people's defense attorneys $60 an hour. Who the fuck do you think are taking those cases? The top end guy? Okay. Y'all should have a criminal defense attorney. You should have one. You should have one on retainer. Because there's, as I've said many times in the show, there's a huge difference between saying, I want to speak to my attorney and I want to speak to a attorney. Those two phrases are about as different as those phrases can be. So talk to a good fucking local defense attorney. I mean, the best option in life is to just not do shit, not hang out with people that are gonna, cause you to need a defense attorney. But keeping a defense attorney on retainer is a smart play. You think that the fucking guy who charges $800 an hour is as good as the guy who charges $60 an hour? No. The guy who charges $800 an hour, it wins 99% of his cases, or suddenly he can't charge $800 an hour anymore. So when you go have a sit down with the $800 an hour guy, and the $800 an hour guy looks at you and says, I don't want to take this case, it's not that he doesn't want to take your money, because he'll take your money. But when the $800 an hour guy looks at you and says, I don't want to take this case, what he's saying is, I don't want to take this case, lose, and then I have to drop my rates to $600 for 2 years, because I got to live with this bullshit loss on my record. When the most expensive defense attorney in an area tells you you're going to lose your case, you're probably guilty as fuck, or they sandbagged you. And I don't want to like, somebody's like, well, I was innocent. Fine, you were innocent and they sandbagged you. I'll just acquiesce to you. But you got the guy making $60 an hour. I've sat in the courtroom when I was a DV advocate, and I've watched these public defenders. I have watched the public defenders wheel and deal cases so rapidly that it's like the movie Law Abiding Citizen. They're treating the courtroom in a way that best serves them, not which best serves their clients. $60 an hour, 60. That's fucking terrible. Just to put that in some perspective. Fuck's sake. If your defense attorney is making $60 an hour, that means that attorney is only making $124,800 a year if they're managing to fill all 2,080 hours of their work year. And that's what you have. It's like everybody should be outraged about that. Because what it means is they're getting the bottom of the fucking food chain. They'll try to get the trial over within an hour at that rate by cutting a plea deal. Well, right, but what they're going to do, Wolfagar, is not just that. But what they're going to do is they're not going to be in any hurry to be in a hurry. And ain't no support staff helping that cheap attorney. Right. So, Wolfagar, the problem isn't that they're going to try to get it over within an hour. What they're going to do is they're going to continue to allow continuances and pushes and delays because they want to stay in the good graces of the prosecutor because they want to get a job at the prosecutor's office. There's two amazing defense attorneys down here. Their names are Justin Kuhn and Madeline Daly. They're amazing attorneys. They have 99% win rates against the prosecutors down here. They win almost every case. Now, part of it is, like I said, they have a 99% win rate because they only take cases they can win. But they don't ever agree to anything that the prosecution wants. They don't give a shit. I've heard Justin argue in court. I was sitting in the back of court waiting for Justin's client because I was his DV rep. I needed him to sign some stuff. And the state was like, well, we're going to request a continuance. And he's like, no, I object to a continuance. I'm here right now. Let's do it. And the state was like, well, the attorney assigned. And I watched this defense attorney say, well, it doesn't matter because every single case done by your office is technically handled by the state's attorney. And the other people are the chair assigned to it. So if the fourth chair isn't available, get one of the first three or the state's attorney himself down here. But let's resolve this because there's been 6 continuances for no reason. And I'm not agreeing to another one. And the state was like completely dumbfounded as the judge looks at him and says, go get somebody familiar with the case down here. Because I'm moving this 3 cases down on my docket, so you better have somebody here who can talk about this. So you've got this fucking aide running upstairs trying to find, and I remember they came back and they're like, well, the state's attorney's out of the office. Whoever it is in felony court right now. This person's over in felony court in the other courthouse for a murder. And the judge is like, there are like 9 of you upstairs. Get somebody. You got somebody coming downstairs, ain't never seen this jacket, and it's just like, this is what's wrong with the judicial system. I said that town in Michigan where that one lawyer is just not, he never agrees to any continuances. He always objects to them, therefore they're always on the state, and every Friday he's just walking in and people are getting dismissed. Now, do I think a guy who points a gun at his child's mother while she's holding the baby should get his case dismissed? No, I think he needs a lawyer so we can go to trial on that. I think we need to move ahead with that one. I'm glad that somebody covered that. You have the right to good legal representation, not the bottom of the fucking barrel.
We gotta talk about how hundreds...
The bottom of the fucking barrel. Let's see. Let's talk about J.B. Pritzker some more.
Donald Trump, Governor Abbott, Texas Republicans, well, they know that they're headed toward a loss of the Congress in 2026. They're afraid, and they should be. Because when you try to tear health care away from veterans and seniors, from children and people.
Okay. Which veterans lost health care? Which veterans lost health care? If you're gonna call shit out appropriately. Veterans cannot get their health care taken away. Veterans have it better now than they've had it for years and years and years and years. Now, I don't use the VA, but what happened in the big beautiful bill is now I have to justify why I'm not using the VA.
People with disabilities. When you raise tariff taxes on groceries and beer and automobiles.
Okay, when you raise tariffs on beer, why the fuck is beer in your talking point?
When you let poor and working class families go hungry, when you allow smokestack industries to pollute the air and remove safety standards from food producers, well, all so that you can give a massive tax break to Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Bill Ackman, well, frankly, you'd better watch out. You're going to lose your elections. So they've decided that the only way to save themselves is to cheat, to change the rules in the middle of the game. And what do MAGA Republicans in Texas do when Donald Trump ignores, well, his oath of office and theirs, and when they're taking it upon themselves to thwart the will of the American people? Well, they say, when Donald Trump calls, they say, yes, sir. Right away, sir. Happy to lick your boot, sir. When Donald Trump says jump, Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton say, how high? They don't care that they're violating the Voting Rights Act and racially gerrymandering their state. Well, they're...
Okay, can we stop with the racial shit all the time? Can we stop with the fucking racial shit? I'm tired. I am tired of the fucking racial shit. Okay? I'm tired of it. White people make up 55% of this country. Okay? Black people make up 13%. The rest is Hispanics, Asians, Middle Easterners across. Stop with the fucking racial shit. Stop it. There are poor white people. There are poor black people. There are poor Hispanics. There are rich white people. There are rich black people. There are rich Hispanics. There are rich Middle Easterners. There are poor Middle Easterners. Stop with the fucking racist shit all the time. It's got to fucking stop. Stop it. Stop it. It has, the fucking gerrymandering has nothing to do with fucking race. It has everything to fucking do with political party. If everybody really gave a shit, they would get behind people and say, I want you to start a political party for the poor people.
They're hoping they can rob the bank and get away before anyone notices. Texas Republicans are trying to diminish the voting power of their own constituents, and in doing so, diminish the rights of Illinoisans and all Americans.
See, this is where you fucking lose me. How the fuck does changing Texas districts impact Illinoisans where our system is already so fucked up anyway? Like, imagine me trying to run for political office saying the very first thing I'm going to do in this state is I'm going to fix all the fucked up districts so that we have a 52-48 split and we can actually have good discussion about the issues. See, everybody turns it into, I'm right, you're wrong. You're right, I'm wrong. We're all wrong. How hard was it for me to put together my fucking political party's platform? And I'll show it in a second.
This House Democrats are putting their lives on hold and their livelihoods at risk because they don't want to live in a country where the president rigs elections for his side. That's not democracy. That's not America.
Okay. That's great. That's amazing. How hard is this? How hard, and I mean this, and I'm not trying to be a dickhead, but how hard is this? What are we gonna do? Why are you not letting me pop you out? Okay, apparently I can't do that anymore. How hard is it to talk about taxes? The Republicans want lower taxes. The Democrats want to tax the rich to fund public service. Why don't we just stop wasting money? Like, why don't we stop wasting money? Why don't we balance the budget and then talk about raising taxes if we need to raise taxes? Like, why is that such a radical fucking idea? Gun rights. The Republicans support gun ownership. The Democrats want strict gun control. I want to keep guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have guns. And everybody knows, if you've ever been to a shooting range, you could go to any shooting range in America, and I mean this, go to any shooting range in America and just say, hey, of all the people that come here, who's the one person that shouldn't have a gun? And every shooting range has a Bob who shouldn't have a gun. You see that hole in the ceiling right there? That was Bob. It's unreal to me. Let's see.
Donald Trump.
Where's the other one? And we don't even need to have, right? We don't even need to have a lot of discussion about Illinois. This is what Illinois is focusing on.
Illinois is now the first state to require mental health screenings for all students in grades 3 through 12, starting with the 2027 to 28 school year. That's a big deal. And as your state controller, it's something that I care deeply about, because when we talk about mental health, especially for young people, we're not just talking about feelings, we're talking about priorities. How we choose to spend your tax dollars reflects what we value as a state. This is more than just a checkup. It's an investment in our future. And Illinois is leading the way. Illinois is now the first state
that requires student mental health screenings. For students in Illinois, mental health screenings will soon be required alongside annual vision and hearing exams. Governor Pritzker signed into law that will require public students in grades 3 through 12 to undergo a mental health screening each year. At a time when our kids are struggling with anxiety and depression more than ever before, it is our responsibility to ensure that young people have all the support they need to get the help that they deserve. Folks, I'm going to say this, and it might offend some people, and I don't give a fuck. There is a certain level of anxiety which is healthy. There is a certain level of depression which is healthy. Because not every piece of depression is clinical depression which beats you to your knees. Is some of it? Yes. So, being sad is not being depressed. Being sad is on your emotion wheel, right? Let me see if I can bring up the emotion wheel real quick. Okay, so here's your emotion wheel. Here is sad. Lonely, vulnerable, despair, guilty, depressed, hurt. Isolated, abandoned, victimized, fragile, grief, powerless, ashamed, remorseful, empty, inferior, disappointed, embarrassed. When you give somebody the emotion wheel and you ask them to start identifying like which one's on the emotion wheel, lonely is a warning sign. Lonely is a warning sign. Despair is a warning sign, right? Guilty about what? Can be a warning sign, right? Isolated is a warning sign. Abandoned, victimized, right? Fragile. Don't even know why the fuck's that's there. Grief, powerless. Powerless is an important one, right? A lot of these aren't. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to have a down day. It's okay to have a down day. It's okay to have 2 down days. You know what's not okay? It's not okay to have 5 down days in a row where you don't get out of bed. If you've been around my show before, I'm not your mental health professional, but what I'll tell you is, if you ever feel like shit one day, emotionally, anxiety-wise, depression-wise, you can take a day off. And if you need a reason to take a day off, you can say, Jay told me it's okay to take a day off and lay in bed. You get one. The next day, we see how many accomplishments we can get done that next day. We're going to get up. We're going to put both feet on the floor. We're going to make our bed. We're going to take a shower. We're going to put on clean clothes. We're going to get something to eat. We're going to brush our teeth. We're going to comb our hair. We're going to shave. And then we're going to get something to eat. And now we have 8 successes. We have 8 wins. Boom, 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 boom. Okay? But if you need a day to stay in bed, take that day and stay in bed. Just one, though. Just one. And if the next day you get up, you put both feet on the floor, you make the bed, you take the shower, you put on clean clothes, you shit, shower, shave, comb your hair, have something to eat, and you get through that much of your day and you're like, that's all the spoons I have, going back to bed at that point is okay. Well, why would I get out of bed just to do all those things and go right back to bed? Because tomorrow you're going to do 20 things. And the next day you're going to do 25 things. We're not just going to lay in bed. It's a great question. Who is going to pay for the follow-up care? Is it going to be required? Are health insurance policies going to include this coverage? Or the school is going to have to provide this as part of the education system? Our goal is an integrated, comprehensive approach to quality mental health and behavioral health services for young people across the state. The bill encourages schools to connect student caregivers and parents with behavioral health care and ongoing navigation or Beacon Portal, a tool launched in January that can provide information about available mental health resources and services. Illinois' move comes 2 months after Donald Trump pulled funding for $1 billion in mental health grants. The Department of Education said in May that the grants would be discontinued because the money was going to race-based actions instead of mental health services. This is actually true. It's one of the few things that I've looked into with the Donald Trump cuts. DEI is not mental health. Mental health is not DEI. I do not want to see money pissed away on DEI. DEI is absolute fucking segregationist bullshit. Student mental health has been on top of mind ahead of back to school season. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, anxiety and depression are some of the most common mental health conditions diagnosed in children between ages 3 and 17. The State Board of Education has until next September to provide schools with guidance and policies to implement the mandated mental health screenings. Okay, so let me do a quick piece of math here. How many school-age children grades 3 through 12 are there in Illinois? So, there are, they don't even know how many were in school last year. That's how great school tracking numbers are. Public school kids, we're gonna say there's approximately 1.9 million. Well, let me dump this down. We'll say 1.6 million, 3 to 12, right? Because there's 1.9 million total grades K through 12. So we'll dump some off. Okay, 1.6 million. That's a lot of kids. Now let's say 40, let's say they follow the same trend. So let's say 1.6 million times 40%. 640,000 kids then are suffering from anxiety and depression. Let's say your average month has 20 work days in it. Let's say in an average work day, you have 8 hours, and an average hour you can treat 4 kids. So 640 is about what you would be able to treat. And that's if you only see the kid once a month. Obviously, anxiety, depression, you need to see the kid more than once a month, but we'll leave it at once a month. That means you need 1,000 mental health providers. 1,000 mental health providers. Let's say 75,000 a year. You're going to need $75 million. Now, I'm not saying that $75 million isn't a good expenditure to take care of kids. But where the fuck is it going to come from? Remember, I want to remind everybody, we already have a mechanism in school for this, and we've allowed the mechanism in school to go to shit. You're supposed to have a school psychologist a social worker and a guidance counselor for every kid. The guidance counselor is supposed to see every kid within the first 90 days of school. So I'm all for these ideas. I'm all for these ideas. But then if the school guidance counselor system isn't working, the school psychologist system isn't working, the school social worker system isn't working, why are we adding on more shit on top of it? What are you going to do? What are you going to do with that information? I think that we've had a massive breakdown in the way the home and the school work. This is way over here in this lane. This is way over here in this lane. And I think everybody needs to fucking get back in their own lane. I love the thought of providing this. This just makes me make sure everything is planned and played for. Your classic, what's next? You're right. And that is where we're going to run into the problem. So, at the end of my teaching, we started to get this really, really big push into test anxiety. Now, I will be the first to say this. I have massive amounts of test anxiety. And I have massive amounts of test anxiety because there was a period of time where the Air Force wasn't getting results out of its officers. And so all of our tests became tied to our promotability. I developed test anxiety because I kept failing one particular test, even though I was regarded as a subject matter expert. Come to find out, the fucking test was programmed wrong. I literally had to sit down with my boss's boss's boss, my boss's boss, my boss, and the XO. As I said, folks, you're all trained logisticians. You're screaming at me because I'm failing this test. I want to take my test in the computer room where I can display my test on the wall. I want you all to take my test with me. I just want you to take the test so that we can see what answers you're picking. As we went through, because they didn't have to take the test, because they were all graduated LROs. They were all senior LROs. I'm taking the test, and when they were all done, I would tell them what answer I was picking. So I just tracked it. This is the answer I'm picking. As we went through, we only disagreed on like 3 or 4 answers, but I failed. And so I looked at them and I said, all of you just failed. All of you failed. And they're like, there's no way. They called down there and they found that B was the right answer, but the test was indicated that A was the right answer. I developed test anxiety over a fucking bullshit test. And that shit don't just go away. Of course kids are gonna have test anxiety. That's a level of anxiety that is good. You should strive to the opportunity. You should rise to the challenge. You spent 38 years on this earth before you got test anxiety for the first time during the MCAT. I can't speak intelligently on the MCAT. I've heard it's a stressful test. I've heard the MCAT, the LSAT are stressful tests. The GRE was easy as shit. I'll be the first person to say I've got my GRE results. I got a 760 in analytical on the GRE, and I got a 560 in math, and I don't know what the fuck I did that day. I got a 470 in verbal. I don't know what the fuck I was doing that day. I fucked that shit up. You're supposed to be stressed when taking a test. Yes, because it's a good level of stress. Appreciate the follow. You're supposed to be stressed when taking a test. You're supposed to be stressed. It's good stress. Now, bad stress is when the fucking test is messed up. Right? I want to show you something else about Illinois, which, you know, it's great that Illinois is doing these things. You know, it would be great in the great state of Illinois. The state of Illinois had a tax by mile bill. For those of you that haven't heard about this, they wanted to have a program where you would pay by the mile that you drove. The act would have guided development and evaluation of the road usage charge pilot program, which would have weighted the potential in pursuing mileage-based revenue. They wanted to put a governor in your car so that it could track your use of public roadways. The program would have looked at enforceability of the road usage charge and considered how drivers could have evaded or manipulated the fee. This is because the roads in Illinois, like most states, are paid for by the gas tax. And as we get more electric vehicles, we get less road tax revenue. Governor Pritzker signed legislation that would increase the tax with annual inflation as calculated by the Department of Labor. The legislation was part of the governor's Rebuild Illinois Capital Plan, which put forth $45 billion to help rebuild the state's roads and bridges. I want to show you what's so fucked up about this. We currently, in the state of Illinois, have 299 roads that are closed. We have 16 bridges, 25 ramps, 1 rest area, 132 roads, and 1 way station. Right? This is all the roads we've closed. I don't know about you, but maybe we wouldn't need to have more money for roads if we didn't try to repair the entire fucking state at one time. Driving out of the state of Illinois, driving into Orlando, there are over 60 continuous miles of road work in my state. 60 continuous miles. So what should take 45 minutes to drive takes well over an hour. It's not about the U.S. The U.S. isn't. We have state roads, we have federal roads. When I drove to Orlando at the beginning of June, there was an area that was just flat. It had been leveled. It was flat. They were expanding the roadways. 7 weeks later, 7 fucking weeks later, driving down there, they already have all of the pylons dropped for all the ramps. 7 weeks, and they have all the pylons dropped. Like, they must play StarCraft or some shit. We must construct additional pylons. I imagine that if I was driving in October, which I'm not, but if I was, I imagine that in October, they would have the ramps starting to be built. In Illinois, I drove out of Illinois 7 weeks ago. I drove out again. Of that 70 some odd mile stretch, 60 continuous mile stretch, nothing has been done to most of it. Nothing. I literally twice watched the guys on the back of the pickup truck. When I was driving out of Illinois, traffic was slowed because the guys were sitting on the back of a pickup truck as they drove barrel to barrel, as they pulled the barrels in for the night. Why the fuck are you putting out barrels for 30 miles of road when you're not going to do any road work that night? Illinois, the governor of Illinois can't unfuck Illinois, and he's like, well, Texas needs to do it, or our neighbors, or Donald Trump. Shut the fuck up, man. Why can't all construction projects be this quick? Yeah, I have seen this shit. This is the level to which
the Netherlands has.
This is the level to which every civilized country should strive.
once again showcased their construction prowess. Imagine this. They built a tunnel beneath a highway in just 2 days, all during the weekend. Once traffic was halted, they immediately dug up the road and prepared the pre-assembled tunnel nearby. Using heavy machinery, the tunnel was flawlessly moved into place, installed with incredible precision, and the road was repaired right after. Amazingly, by Monday, traffic was back to normal. This quick, efficient, and impressive process truly astonishes everyone who sees it. The Netherlands has once again...
Like, This is part of the scammerino when it comes to all these road construction projects. They tear up fucking tons of road so that they can't lose the contract. Why is it they tear up 60 miles of road? Well, because now they can't lose the job. They've already torn it up. Why don't they fix 5 miles of road at a crack? Just fix this 5 miles. Well, what you have to consider is it only takes the US 20 years to still be working on the same highway. I'm not joking when I say this. Terre Haute, Indiana. I moved here in 2016. I haven't been back to Ohio since 2016. The same fucking spot around Terre Haute, Indiana is still under construction. I went back to Chicago. I hadn't been back to Chicago for 15 fucking years. It's still under construction. It's like the fucking medical field, man. There's no fucking money in the cure. There's money in the treatment. Fix this fucking five mile piece of road. Fix this 5 mile piece of road. If you can reroute traffic, then reroute traffic and tear it all up, fix it, and get it all back down in 2 weeks. I would rather go through 2 weeks of ass pain than 2 years. Let's talk about one that's a little spicier. Some of you are going to be mad at me for this. I don't give a shit. She does. Sydney Sweeney has great genes. You bet your ass. Oh, she got some great genes, all right. She's got some great fucking genes. What's people's complaint with this? What's people's complaint? She does have great genes and great flexibility, apparently. People are mad about it. People are making a big deal about Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Look, if you don't like looking at a hot blonde chick as she models American Eagle jeans, don't shop at American Eagle. But she's just a generic fashion model.
Illinois is now
I'm going to be making a response video. Hi, buddy. I'm going to be making a response video to this one later today.
Okay, so genuine question. Why do conservatives hate nose rings so much? Like, hate septum piercings? Because, like, I'm an anthropologist, I study cultures, and this feels very cultural. Like, a group of people with a shared belief all seem to fairly unanimously hate these. And I just don't get it. Like, I get that it's not something that traditionally is part of Western culture. It's not something you grew up with. But the way I feel about my septum ring is very similar to the way I feel about any other jewelry that I wear, in that it's another fun little thing that I can adorn my body with. Like, it's another fun little thing I get to match to my outfit, and it feels very feminine to me. So do conservatives just hate it because it's different? Like it's a newer fashion trend and they hate new things? Like that seems so simplistic and so, I don't know, I just can't even imagine being that judgy, if that makes sense. Like I get these kinds of comments all the time and they don't bug me. I just don't get it. Like I don't understand why they're so angry all the time just because I have this little extra piece of jewelry. Like, genuinely, why do you hate septum rings? Like, if your partner, if you have one, suddenly got one, would you think they're less beautiful because of it? And like, why? It's another little fun, shiny thing that they're putting on their body to make themselves feel beautiful. Why?
All right. So first of all, if you studied cultural anthropology, which you say you do, you would understand that there's a reason why. There are those that accept something and those that do not. Second of all, a septum fucking piercing is what I put in the bull's nose so I can grab a hold of the fucking bull and move him when I need to. Look, I tell my children they can do whatever they want with their bodies. I also tell my children that this is my house, so if you come to visit, there are rules. My 24-year-old came to visit a couple of years ago before she started having kids. Now she's a mom. She can't really afford to come visit because traveling's expensive. My 24-year-old has a septum piercing. My 24-year-old knows that when you're in my house, you turn that shit up into your nose because I don't want to see it. And the way this works is, this is my fucking house. So if you come to my house, you turn that shit upward because I don't want to look at it. I don't want to look at it in my house. And when we're out at meals, turn that shit upwards because I don't want to look at it now. If you don't want me to pay for your meal, go sit at another table, eat your meal however you want, but you fucking pay for it. If you're sitting at what is my table because I'm paying the bill, turn that shit upwards. The rest of the time we're out and we're in public, you can turn that shit downward. Don't ask me for anything. You know what I'm saying? Putting something on your body so you can feel beautiful doesn't entail anyone else to find it beautiful. Right. Like, as you know, I've been doing a social experiment. Places that I've been going to for 20 years, because I lived here before. People look at me differently because I have what is ultimately a pagan and a Catholic symbol on me. I find a lot of people staring at my tattoos. What does it matter? If I go somewhere formal, I cover them. If I go somewhere where I don't want to put up with the bullshit, I have long sleeve shirts. I wear long sleeves over them. My other one you can't see. I put art on me because I wanted to have art on me. But it's like I tell my kids, nothing above, put a t-shirt on, not a tank top, not a cami, none of that shit. Put a regular t-shirt on. Look at yourself in the mirror. Where the t-shirt stops, that's where your ink should stop. Long sleeve shirt, 1.5 inches up from the wrist so that nobody can see it. That way you can always cover it. People are like, I don't understand why I can't get a job. Because you look fucking ridiculous. Like no shit. You see the people, like, I thought I had it. I thought I had the video for why I can't get a job. Let me see if I can pull it real quick. Is this her? I think this is her.
Why would I need to take out my piercings for a fast food job? When people tell you that you cannot get a job with piercings, they are somewhat right. I've never had a problem with this before until I moved to this town right here. What the
She really doesn't want to take them out.
Why would I need to...
Why would you need a job to get a job in fast food? Well, because,
So I applied for...
That's because I own the place and my corporate handbook says you can't have piercings.
Okay, so genuine question.
Right?
I applied for a job at Max a few weeks ago and they denied my application. They couldn't even call me. They just sent me some automated email. So I went in today and I was like, so what was the reason I didn't get hired?
Hey, guy who's hired about hundreds, maybe, or thousands of people in my career. I'm shocked that you don't know this, but when you work for me or any business, you are the face of that business. And your face does not tell me that you are serious. I don't need to hire the most beautiful, the thinnest, even the smartest person, but I do need somebody who represents what my company is about And if you're the face of my company, that's an issue. You also seem to be a little confused by this. I'm sure that you do know why you get rejected places. You've done this for a reason. You go out into society and people look at you. They stare at you. I wonder if you go to places and you actually say, like, why are all these people staring at me? That feels like something that you would say. I think you need a little better sense of self in all of this. Also, I would recommend that you become your own business person. Start your own business, then you have control of your own destiny and nobody can take that away from you. But no, having done this to yourself, you're going to find employment, good employment, a little more difficult.
It's like, over the years, had people complain about the employee handbook. The employee handbook said men may not have pierced ears. Subsection, men may not wear a Band-Aid over a fresh piercing. Piercings must be removed. If you have a bandage on your ear because you're trying to work for the 6 weeks while you can't take the piercing out, that doesn't fly. That doesn't fly because that shit's not professional. If you want to take a 6-week leave of absence because you want to get your fucking ears pierced, then say you want to take a 6-week leave of absence because and that's fine. You can do that. But you don't run the business. I run the business. And I know where the money is. I know where the clientele is. I know who the clientele is. The clientele doesn't want to see that shit. Like, people, I see that. I want to get rid of tipping culture altogether. I want to get rid of tipping culture. Everybody hear me out here for a second. I want to get rid of tipping culture altogether. I want to fucking get rid of it. Because there are too many servers that don't understand that your tip is based on your service. I got chased down a couple of times. I got chased down a couple of occasions while I was on vacation because I didn't leave a tip. You're right, I didn't leave a fucking tip. That when I leave 0.00 for the tip, I know what the fuck I'm doing. I didn't leave you a tip because you suck ass at your job. Yeah, the next step is they're going to say I'm disabled and it's discrimination. But no, I had a server who was dog shit. 0.00. As you guys have heard me say many, many times, I start at 15% on my servers. I start at 15%. Here's the table, right? I usually sit here across from my spouse and my kid is over there. If my spouse or my kid's glass is ever empty, I will move it to the table edge for them because they're slow and they haven't picked this up yet. If my drink goes empty, I'll just move it to the table edge. I drink a lot. I consume a lot of liquid. If my spouse or my kid's cup goes empty, I take the glass, I move it to the edge of the table, and I put it on the table runner. If that glass sits there empty for any length of time, that percentage is just rolling down. It's just that simple. The longer that glass sits there empty. Now, if I can see you, if I see you and I see you make contact, visual contact with the empty glass, and you fuck off and it's not done within the next minute, your tip goes from 18 to 0. If I saw you make fucking visual contact with that empty glass, and now, I do, as a former server, I look around the room. One of the first things I always try to do as a former server, I try to see how many tops they have. Are they a server that's currently handling 8 6-tops? Okay, I'm gonna be a little bit more forgiving. If they have 2 tables, that's all they have is 2 tables. I'm one of their 2 tables. I just want to get rid of fucking tipping culture altogether. I want to get rid of fucking tips. Get rid of them. Fucking raise the price. And here's the problem. Servers know, good servers know that they make more money on a tipping industry than they do if they had a flat rate. Yeah, good servers would be pissed. Good servers would be fucking livid if we went off a tipping culture. But I want to get the fuck off of it. I want to get just flat rate. Pay them $20 an hour to be servers. Some servers are going to be like, I make more than $20 a table. Yeah, you do. But it is what it is. People that are mad about tips on DoorDash and Grubhub and Uber Eats and Instacart. First of all, there's a guy, I showed his video a while back. He talks about he doesn't pick up 0 tip orders. I don't think he should have to. He makes a really good argument about how the tip is the bid for the job. I agree with that. I think once you I don't think it should be called a tip because a tip is a gratuity. If you do a shitty job as a first of all, I don't agree with having people go pick up my fast food for me. If your fat ass can't go get your fast food, then cook at home. That's just me. But if you, like in my town, it's a 35-minute drive to the closest fast food unless it's the McDonald's in town. You're entitled to a $10 tip for that. I don't think the tip should be changeable. I think if you need to change the tip, right? Yeah, if you're paying for Grubhub, you shouldn't be complaining about tipping. Absolutely. Now, are there some people I know that make more money an hour than at the cost of them getting their food delivered? Yeah. So they should get Grubhub. You're making $35, $40 an hour as a streamer. I'm not. But if you're making $35, $40 an hour as a streamer and you want to have a meal, well, no, let's say you're making $100 an hour as a streamer. If you're making $100 an hour as a streamer, then the $35 fee for your Grubhub is just the cost of doing business. You're still going to make $65 more that hour staying live instead of ending your show and going and getting food. But if you're not making good money doing that, then fucking take a break and go for the drive. Or what's really going to trigger some people is go to the fucking grocery store and pick up a steak. Like yesterday, I went to the grocery store. I picked up pork chops. I grabbed me some pork chops yesterday, and I cooked up 2 of them yesterday. It takes 6 minutes to cook pork chops, by the way. Right? Also, if you don't want to tip people, if someone has the sense to make $100 an hour, they have the sense to buy food and plan meals. Yes and no. I'll tell you, when I was making a lot of money as a contractor, it made more sense for me to get takeout than it did for me to cook. Because I'm making $75 an hour. To take time away to go cook, right? Because think about it. How much time do I spend going to the grocery store? How much time do I spend cooking? How much time do I spend doing the dishes? If I'm in the middle of a contract, it makes more sense for me to stay on the work, get the food delivered, and then in those periods where I have disposable time, because it's all about disposable time. Now, some people try to take that argument and they try to say, oh, well, I have disposable time. Apparently, there's a shooting going on outside a military base in Georgia. Fort Stewart shooting. The base is currently on lockdown. There was a shooting at 11:04 a.m. at the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team area. Schools on base are also on lockdown. 4 people have been taken to the hospital. Gunfire erupted. Nearby Liberty County schools have also ordered a lockdown in the wake of the base shooting, are on a soft lockdown. Okay. Well, that's Yeah, active shooter located our southwest of Savannah, 3rd Infantry Division. So very little info so far. I'll tell you right now, you will get very little info on this until the military is ready to release information about it. What happens on a military installation has to vet through a whole level of information. The shooter is no longer a threat. The shooter is no longer a threat, meaning the shooter has been neutralized, probably killed. Why? Because it is easier to only have one side of the story. So military is trained 2 to the chest, 1 to the head. So what else do we got going on? This one. We talked about schools earlier.
How come when old people complain about what schools aren't doing right, they always bring up how to balance a checkbook? Like, why aren't they teaching kids how to balance their checkbook? Like, can you imagine if you saw like a 20-year-old just writing a check to pay for something at the store? Like, nobody does that. When is the last time you used a checkbook? You're going to teach kids how to use a checkbook at school. You might as well also teach them how to ride a horse and buggy and like how to shoe a donkey and use a cotton gin, for Christ's sake.
Well, yeah, because there's this thing. It's called how to balance your checkbook. It's so that you don't operate in debt. It's so that when you look at what you're spending, right? Because how often do people spend money? Yeah, it teaches you, that's exactly it. It teaches you how to budget. It's not, and this is what pisses me off about dumb fucks like this. How can I even point to her? Dumb fucks like that. It's not about balancing your checkbook. It's about understanding that every single expenditure, you can spend it now or you can spend it later, right? It's like, how many people do you see get inundated with a bunch of little expenditures? They get a lot of little expenditures. Let's make this as literal as possible so I can make it seem stupid. Right. It's like I say to my kids, right? I pull money out of, the only time I carry cash is when I go on vacation. The only time I carry hard currency is when I'm on vacation, and that's so, number one, if I need to grab something and I'm at a kiosk and they're like, oh, sorry, sir, we're only taking cash right now, I can pay for it. Number two, if I break down somewhere, you can get a lot of shit done with cash a lot faster than you can with credit. And number three, it's so I can tip the bellhops and stuff. Like, cash is good. Cash is king. If you're known as a cash tipper, they generally will get shit taken care of for you. But it's about knowing that I took $300 out of my bank account, so I don't have $300 to spend. There's a lot of shit that kids need to learn that they don't learn. And it's not about like, oh no, I'd hate to learn some survival skills. What a waste that would be. Right. Now, do I think there's a lot of things that need to be taught in school that aren't being taught in school? Abso-fucking-lutely I do. I am one of the chief advocates for school reform. School, I don't believe in teaching kids algebra anymore the way we used to teach them, because algebra was taught, right? Algebra was taught for the space race, because we were looking for America's best and brightest so we could beat the dirty commies to putting a man on the moon. We're not trying to do that anymore, right? We literally have classes in college called critical thought, but we don't trickle those down to the high schools. I took, outside of my engineering degree, which was later on in my life, I took liberal arts math. In fact, I took liberal arts math, and I don't even remember. Oh, I took liberal arts math and math 121 for teachers. The 2 math classes I took to get my college degree were basically a bullshit liberal arts math class and how to do all the shit related to teaching, including what's the difference between a percent and a percentile, how to balance my grade book. Yeah, did I hear about the race to build a nuclear power plant on the moon? Why? The trick here is that we need to start, as I say all the time, we need to teach kids how to critically think. We need to teach kids how to critically think, but since nobody can agree on what kids should be taught, we don't ever change schools. Like earlier today, the person that said cities tend to be democratic. No, they don't. They don't tend to be that way at all. They tend to be redistricted that way. Depends on the state you're in. Which political party had power during the last census? If it's expensive to live in cities, but there's a lot of people living in the cities, well, who's living in the city then? Is it the Democrats or the Republicans? Well, it depends on what part of the city. We need to stop labeling everybody. But we have to put labels on people. Because without labels, how do we talk about you? Imagine if everybody was just an anonymous internet presence. How do you feel about this issue? How do you feel about that issue? How do you feel about this other issue? So again, like this one, right? Yeah. There you go. US to expedite a nuclear reactor on the moon. So, what did they do to OBS while I was gone? So, what if you agree with me that you want to lower taxes, but you disagree with me on gun control? I should do. You agree with me there, but you disagree with me there. You want open immigration policies, so you disagree with me there, but you have an emphasis on family values. You want school choice, and you want government-funded healthcare for all, so you disagree with me there. Are you supposed to be a Republican or a Democrat then? You agree with me on 3, you disagree with me on 3. Which party do you go to? And it's an honest answer. It's an honest question. How do we have political parties when there are issues that are adamantly against, like you are adamantly against one of the issues? Like there are people who want no immigration into America. They want none, right? They want strict immigration. Well, why can't we just have this as a logical meeting point? Remove everyone who shouldn't be here, fix all the systems, then become a nation of legal immigrants. Right? Donald Trump and Elon Musk, and they want to have their H-1 visas so that we can import the talent we need. Why is a country like America in a situation where we ever need to import talent? We control the fucking school system, for Christ's sake. What is it we need? We need more engineers and doctors and scientists? Okay, well then why don't we look at building 5, 10, 15 federal magnet schools? Why don't we just take a survey of the nation and find where the students that have the prerequisite skill sets to be doctors and build federal magnet schools there? Hey, what are we building? We're building a federal magnet school. We're inviting these 2,000 kids to come to it because these 2,000 kids in this geographic area have expressed both the skill set and the desire to becoming doctors. Why not that? And the reason why not that is because the federal government would have to deal with the 45 states arguing that, well, you're not building a federal magnet school in our state. And why not just be honest with the answer? Be like, because your state doesn't have anybody scoring high enough that they have the desire to go be doctors and nurses and med techs and paramedics, but they just don't have the skill sets. But this area of New Mexico, for some odd fucking reason, we've got a school district of 25,000 kids and 2,000 of them want to be doctors and they're scoring high enough. Let's build a fucking school there. Let's build a fucking a pre-medical school there. We'll figure out what to give to Alabama next.
How come when old people complain?
Let's see. We've covered that one. I'm gonna play this one. We're gonna talk about a little social one for a second. You guys tell me what you think about this.
What about me being very disappointed in black men choosing other races such as Spanish, white, and Arabic?
Look,
whatever.
and you have a right to feel that way. But when you guys also say that y'all have the presence of a resting bitch face and expecting that man to kiss your ass to get to know you, is a problem for me.
Because my resting bitch face is sexy. That's
It's
how
not.
I feel.
It's
a
not.
sexy.
It's disgusting.
Okay, so what about
That's
a
what you
Spanish-
think. That's your ego.
That's what most men
All right,
think.
wait, me.
No men think
it's
that's
me.
sexy.
All right, so
I'm just saying, you can be more approachable. I'm not here to harm you. I'm not here to disrespect you.
Why?
Look, why? Look, you just proving my point.
I'm saying. What about me being very disappointed in black men choosing other races such as Spanish, white, and Arabic?
Look,
whatever.
and you have a right to feel that way. But when you guys also say that y'all have the presence of a resting bitch face and expecting that man to kiss your ass to get to know you, is a problem for me.
Because my resting bitch face is.
Okay, so this is a phenomenon that I've noticed growing more and more in American society. American society specifically. It's starting to impact Western society, and it doesn't have to be black. It doesn't have to be white. It's the whole... a man has to kiss a woman's ass just to get to know her. We saw a statistic that... absolutely made me want to vomit. Child internet influencer Lily Tay made $1 million on OnlyFans within hours of turning 18. She made $511,000 from subscriptions, $26,000 from tips, and $486,000 from private messages. Now, I'm going to laugh. I'm going to laugh when all those individuals go to jail. Because, as a reminder, if you're releasing photographs minutes after you turn 18, those photographs were taken before you turned 18. What is fucked up about our country is that somehow this shit is acceptable. Now, I'm not against OnlyFans models. I'm not against strippers. I'm not against girls who take lewds or nudes. I'm not against girls who make their paper. I'm not against any of that. I'm not against it. What I'm against is that we're living in a society where young men, not even young men, don't know how to have relationships anymore. They simply don't know how to have a relationship. I have said for years and years and years and years, one of the biggest problems with men is that men, good men, not the shithead men. In high school, you have the slut, and then you have Tommy Toolbox, Mikey Motorhead, the guy with the bad boy, right? The guy with the car, right? Or the jock, or the bad boy, whichever template you want to push in and pull out here, right? He's chasing the slut because he wants to get laid, and then the quote good girl is chasing that guy, and then the nerd, right, who is gonna grow up to be a good man, ends up chasing and never getting. They don't get any attention. They are socially awkward among the fairer sexes, among the fair sex, because they don't know how to behave. But then this whole thing turns around later on in life. The good girl wants to go be with the nerd who has a college degree. Tommy Toolbox wants to be with a woman who can take care of him, and the slut is then chasing after whoever she can get, and she's got a couple of kids that follows him. And that is just the way society works. Well, now people aren't getting married. People aren't having kids. Number one, some people are saying they can't afford to get married. They can't afford to have kids. Looking at it, I don't disagree with that. Sitting down with my kids and nieces, nephews, all of that, the idea of having kids anymore is expensive. It's troublesome. There's a lot of there's a whole lot of bills to go along with that. But there are women who expect, right? There are women who are expecting a man who's a 9 to be interested in them, and they don't understand their number's a 4. Your number is a 4. You have 4 kids from 4 different fathers. You have no job skills. You have a lot of debt. Your number's a 4. You bring nothing to the equation. Guys are getting married, getting divorced. A woman's taking them for half, and they're not interested. Why would they be? Why would they be interested in having another marriage? From what I can tell, the advantages of marriage seem to be pretty skint for some of these dudes that actually spent years building their value. You're right. And since nearly half of all marriages are ending in divorce, men are getting divorced, and then they're not getting remarried. Like me personally, if something were to happen to my marriage, I would not get remarried. That doesn't mean I wouldn't have a long-term monogamous partner, but I probably wouldn't get remarried if something happened to my marriage and I lost half of all my shit. I watched my dad pay child support and alimony to a woman. I don't see the value there. I see the value of paying child support. I more specifically see the value in getting custody of your kids. But our whole society has turned ass over tea kettle. Like, I know a guy has 5 kids, 4 with one woman, 1 with another. He doesn't take care of his kids. He should just be grabbed and the dog shit beaten out of him. Why would you, if half your net worth gets taken away every time it ends in failure? You're absolutely right. Why would you? And the answer is you wouldn't. I see all these bullshit situations where men are taking lower paying jobs because they don't want to pay child support. Well, first of all, my brother was one of these idiot people. And I said to my brother, I was like, Why the fuck would you not take a promotion if your child support is a percentage? Take the fucking promotion and then just pay the extra money. The Hulu will fully integrate into Disney Plus in 2026. Thank fucking God. Because spite is a hell of a drug. You're right, spite is a hell of a drug. But if I pay 25%, if I make 100 grand, I pay 25 grand. If I make 200 grand, I pay 50 grand. Right? Now, this is the society we're living in. And I always like to introduce some things, loop it around. Why is our society as fucked up as it is? Why is this acceptable in our society? Why are people like this? This grossly overweight individual is flipping the bird at Sydney Sweeney's poster. Let us all for a moment realize that American Eagle's women's jeans are only available in size 000 through size 20. She is not a size 20. She isn't even a size 22. She is not American Eagle's clientele. Why is she upset? What is she mad about? What is she? What are people mad about? Fuck Hulu. They charged our credit card. I called and said to cancel. They said they can't cancel unless you provide your account number. I said I never created an account. They said they can't cancel based on credit card number. I had to cancel the card. Yeah, that is that next level bullshit that it deals with fraud. I'm gonna play one that deals with fraud, and these are the people that I want to take out back and beat the fuck out of. These are the people that I literally think need to just have the shit kicked out of them.
Zach would have someone go open up a bank account using a fake ID. He'd then put like $10,000 in the bank. Then when they got the debit card mailed to them, Zach would clone it. He'd mail it several states away. Someone would walk into, let's say, a post office, and they would use it at the point of sale, and they would buy $10,000 worth of money orders. He would then call the person who had opened up the bank account and say, go in the bank and try and get out $200. So they would walk in the bank and they'd say, hey, I need to get out $200. The teller would pull up their account and say, you have like whatever, $12 in the account. And they'd say, what are you talking about? I have $10,000 in that account. They'd say, no, it was just removed. When? 30 minutes ago. Where? And they go, hold on, some kind of like a post office in Tampa, Florida. And they go, oh my gosh, well, that wasn't me. I didn't do it. They're in Ohio. I'm here. That's 5 hours away. And they go, do you have your debit card? They'd be like, I got my debit card right here. And they'd be like, oh my gosh, go see the manager, Sally. They'd go see Sally, say, look, and Sally would pull it up and say, oh wow, yeah, there's no way you could have done this. Okay, we're going to return your money. They'd return the $10,000. They would then take the money out and close the account. Because technically, by law, if money is removed from your account that you're saying you didn't have anything to do with, then the bank, by law, has to give you the money back. Zach would have...
This is what's wrong with our fucking society. This information is publicly available. And people are always like, well, I don't understand why the banks charge so much money. I don't understand. Well, the bank's out $10,000. You're scamming the bank. It's becoming more and more. People are saying stuff like, why don't I do shit like this?
Okay, this isn't ethical at all, but What is stopping me from going to credit card companies, lying about my income, getting a huge credit limit, and then paying off my student loans with them with a balance transfer and then filing bankruptcy? Because then at that point, it's normal debt.
Well, first of all, what's stopping you from doing that? What's stopping you is that it's fraud. What's stopping you is that bankruptcy court can go back and reverse transactions up to 2 years prior. What's stopping you is that the credit card company is going to come after you. What's stopping you? Yeah, what name and social security are you using to get that credit card? And when the courts see that, they're going to say, what the fuck did you do? So what the fuck is going on with our government right now? What did you just... This is absurd. And I would have thought that this was more conspiracy bullshit, but where the fuck are where is Article 1, Section 9 and Section 10 of our fucking Constitution fucked off to? They literally took Article 1, Section 9 and 10 off of the fucking website. What in the fuck is going on in the world we live in? Okay, so when you go to constitution.congress.gov, right? When you come down here, right? Section 8, there should be 2 more sections. There should be 2 more sections of fucking Article 1. Yeah, but that seems a little fucking odd that they, like, that seems like there's not a lot of things that I can speak on intelligently, but one of the things that I can speak on intelligently is website design. It's a little fucking odd that some text disappeared. Luckily, you know, yeah, what the fuck kind of data issue deletes 2 sections of the Constitution? The privilege of writ of habeas corpus shall not be just suspended unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold or silver a coin of tender and payment of debts. I'm telling you, man, the fucking world we live in right now. Yeah, rather important sections. You know, the writ of habeas corpus is just a little thing. I hate the world we live in. Did I hear about Trump giving directives to NASA? Yeah, I did. It's actually... Why a NASA satellite that scientists and farmers rely on may be destroyed on purpose. The Trump administration has asked NASA employees to draw up plans to end at least 2 major satellite missions, according to the former and current and former NASA staffers. Like, can we just say that Donald Trump needs to go? Like, Donald Trump needs to go. But there is no way for the Democrats to win enough seats in the midterm election in the Senate to successfully impeach him. Like, I say this I say this to all the MAGA Americans. I respect that you want, I respect that you like Donald Trump. I get that. But we are driving this fucking country to hell in a handcart. People can't read. People can't think. You're paying $4 more a pound of coffee. Prices are up. And you're upset because a mom uses food stamps to buy a soda? Like, sure. In an ideal world, with every other piece of problem resolved, I would like to make it so that link cards, WIC cards, EBT, all that shit can't be used to buy junk food. I agree. I 100% agree with that. I also think that we should, we should be paying a tax on soda. And I have no problem with that. With that said, while we're worried about all these other major issues, we're worried about all these other minor issues. Major issues aren't getting addressed. It's too much, too fast, with too little background information, with too much attitude. I agree he needs to go. Like, I respect why Donald Trump was able to rise to power. He's very charismatic. He's very, very charismatic. With that said, just because you're charismatic doesn't mean your ideas are good. And just because you're not charismatic doesn't mean your ideas are bad. Yeah, here's proof you can't run the U.S. like your own company. But nobody should have wanted him to run the U.S. like his company, because all his companies have gone bankrupt, including 3 casinos. Right? If your claim to fame is that you bankrupted 3 casinos, then maybe you don't need to be running a country where you don't understand who pays tariffs. It's just like, yeah, we're already bankrupt. We're already bankrupt. We're bankrupt what? We're 8 years of income bankrupt. You remember when England flipped the fuck out all those years ago when Richard the Lionheart was captured and England had to pay 4 years taxes to ransom Richard? Well, we're 8 years. We're 8 years of income. We could do nothing for 8 years. And it would take us 8 years to pay off the national debt. And of course, we can't do nothing because we have millions and millions and millions of people that get their money from the government. It's just like, I'm gonna shit on everybody here. This segment of this show is called The Seagull Theory. I'm gonna shit on everyone. Fuck Israel for killing another 80 people. People that are just looking for something to eat. Killed 83 people across Gaza, including 58 people that were aid seekers. 28 children are being killed daily in Gaza due to Israel attacks and its siege on humanitarian assistance. Honestly, the very first thing I would do, people like Donald Trump said, the first thing I'll do. The very first thing I would do if I got appointed king of America, what I would tell Israel, you're on your fucking own. You're on your fucking own. You're on your own. You decided to kill a bunch of fucking women and children. Fuck you. You're on your own. If the whole fucking Middle East attacks you, get fucked. Like, I would make that announcement publicly. Like, there would be no second chances. There would be no, you can, fuck this. I'd just be like, look, the nation of Israel was our ally. They're no longer our ally because they decided to kill women and children. Let the dice fall where they may. You're not getting any spare parts. You're not getting any munitions. You're not getting any beans, bullets, blankets, band-aids. Fuck off at this point. Did you hear all the fucking jerk-offing that happened with the meeting with Russia? In the first briefing from the Russian side, the former Russian ambassador to the U.S. in Kremlin aimed Yuri Yushkova told reporters that the talks were useful and constructive. He said Russia received some signals for Trump and sent some signals, but did not elaborate on what they were. He said Putin and Witkoff also discussed the purpose for the development of the strategic partnership. Why the fuck do we want to be strategic partners with Russia? Why do we want to be strategic partners with Russia? We want Russia to fucking go home. That's the only part of it. Russia, go the fuck home. Yeah, we blew some smoke up their ass, they blew some smoke up our ass. Everyone's great. Everyone's good. Everyone's happy. Keep calm and carry on. Former U.S. President Bill Clinton ordered to testify about Jeffrey Epstein. Can we all just agree that Epstein is a distraction? Look, help me lead a coup. I'll release the Epstein files. Because I don't give a shit. I'm not in them. I know I'm not in them. I'll release the Epstein files. I don't give a fuck. Be like, what's good, man? Here you go. It's like, what do you want? You want the JFK files? I'll even open up Area 51. Be like, here you go.
Okay, this isn't ethical at all, but...
No, it's not ethical at all. Let's see. This one made me smile. I think this was from before I left.
He's a terrible Fed chair. I was surprised he was appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in and extended him. It is my pleasure and my honor to announce my nomination of Jerome Powell to be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve. Congratulations.
Fucking guy. Doesn't even know who he fucking appointed. Good
There's
to know
200 million Muslims.
Good to know that we have hate everywhere. We have hate everywhere we go.
There's 200 million Muslims living in India. That's the second largest Muslim population in the world. And you're saying that wherever Muslims live, there's
if Muslims become more than 30%, that country is in danger.
That sounds like hatred. That sounds like language of hatred.
It's easy to say hatred. I'm being kind to them by not letting them come to India.
Article 14 of the Indian Constitution guarantees the right to equality, as you know, for all persons living in India.
I can tell you that's a misinterpretation of Article 14. Article 14 guarantees equality of equals. I'll give you an example.
Are all people not equal?
All people are not equal.
Muslims do not deserve equal rights to apply for citizenship.
There's no such thing as equal rights. They're not in an equal category.
They're not equals.
There's 200 million.
They're not equals. Okay. We have got to get out of this fucking mindset globally. And I don't know where the fuck it is globally and where we went so sideways. They have a case system, yes. They have a literal case system. So that it's important to know that because it's the equality of equals. Equality, just so everybody knows, equality never works. Equality cannot work. Equality cannot work. Because equality means everybody gets the same bare minimum. Not everybody gets the same at the top end. Equality can only ever mean you all get the same bare basic bottom. For example, I have a friend. She's been my friend for I don't fucking know how many years. She's been my friend for 30 years. Our lives are radically different. Our lives are absolutely radically different. We both have Catholic high school education. We went to arguably the number one male and the number one female Catholic schools on the south side of Chicago. I went to Marist. She went to Mother McCauley. We've been friends for 30 years. She's a fucking degenerate loser. To just not fucking piss around. There was a group of 7 of us that were really close friends in high school. 4 girls, 3 boys. There's me. The next one down is dead, and the next one down is the last I knew, he was a drug addict. On the other side, one's a doctor, one's a teacher, one's a housewife, and one is literally a degenerate loser. And she's my friend, and I'll call her a degenerate loser. You're 45 years old, and the most money you have ever made is $23 an hour. You can't say equality because you had 4 girls all went to the same Catholic high school. One became a doctor, one became a teacher, one became a housewife, one became a degenerate loser. Where does the equality start to factor in? See, I think what people confuse is it's not equality of outcome. It's equality of opportunity. And by default, all of us that went to the private high school had unequal equality of opportunity because, right, when you go to a private school, unless you're competing, and I mean this with every fiber of my being, 1, 2, 3, we'll go down to the number 25 slot at the private school. This person is equal to the number 1 student at a public school. Right? This is not equality of opportunity right here. This person is number 25 at a private school, but they are looked at the same way as the valedictorian out of a public school. Because the number 25 at that private school was in honors classes, AP classes. You really have to go down about 75, 100 students to where their educations are, quote, equal. So why then do parents send their kids to private schools? For that exact reason. Because if I put you in, and my father sat me down. I hated my father when I was in high school. I hated my father. It was fucking bullshit. I always knew what I was going to do. I knew what I wanted to do. My father was just in my fucking way with it. I wanted to go into the military. And I eventually got there, and I was happy. I don't have it anymore. Little Mr. J. Mr. J's on the wall. Let's just introduce a little anarchy. But I took a standardized test when I joined the military. And what it does is it ranks all of the things that you would be good at. And what it told me was, I'm a 99% match for being a military officer. I'm a 98% match for being enlisted military. I'm a 97% match for being a teacher. And then I don't have anything else until lawyer, which is in the mid 80s. And then I don't have another match until the 60s. The person administering my test says they haven't seen that very often in their life. That a person has a cluster of 3 in the 99, 98, 97, one job and then nothing else to the 60s. Most people, they have like one job in the mid 90s and a lot in the 80s. They're like generalists. There's like a lot of things they might find interesting. Well, my father got in my way. I wanted to join the military. I said to my father, I said, why did you make me go to this bullshit Catholic school? Why did you make me do this bullshit extra work? Like, I was in the Catholic school and I was in honors classes and AP classes and advanced classes. And then I dropped them all my junior year because I was in the summer junior program where I was already at the college. And I talked to the college. I said, now that I'm here, is me being in honors classes or AP classes going to make any bit of difference to me? They're like, no, you're already admitted. You've already been accepted. You have a scholarship. And in fact, they were like, dump all that bullshit high school work that's irrelevant. So I said to my dad, I was like, what the fuck was the point of all that? And he was like, all those those 2 years you spent doing all that shit, you were competing with people that made you better. And I was like, this motherfucker is right. I don't want to tell him he's right. But it's like, when you want to get better at running, do you run with the people that are slower than you? Or do you run with the people that are faster than you? Well, if you want to get better at running, you want to be the slowest person in the fast group, not the fastest person in the slow group. A well-rounded education? No, it wasn't really a well-rounded education. It was a very, very competitive, do-better education. I'm pretty sure now that the reason why I was so driven to start college at 16 was because I hated it. And if I didn't hate it, I would have been like everybody else. Like, how would I, if I didn't have 3.5 hours of homework every night, what would I have gotten into? Because I was doing these honors advanced engineering classes, fucking studying languages, taking classes in another language. Like, I did 3.5, 4 hours of homework every night, Monday through Thursday, for 2 years. Like, that's no bullshit. Like, it was get out of school at 2, catch the bus, be home by 2:45, have a snack till 3, 2 hours of homework till 5, dinner till 6, and then 6 to 8 or 8:30, fucking homework, Monday through Thursday. My school was a big sports school as well, so they didn't usually give homework during football season on Friday, so that we could go to the Friday night home games, or Saturday so we could travel to the games, so the student body could. I hated that shit. Now, college is very much the same. I wish Karthos was here, because I hate talking about college. I like when somebody else is here to talk about college. College is a fucking joke. College is a fucking scam. I see kids, their coursework they have in college now, it's a fucking joke. It's an absolute fucking joke. Kids aren't even being challenged in college anymore. The whole point of going to college is so that you have somebody to put their foot up your ass so that you learn. I had my master's thesis rejected twice. After high school 2.0, yeah. Absolutely. They keep talking about wanting to make community college available to everybody. Why? Why should community college be available to everybody? Why the fuck don't we teach 4 years of high school in high school, so community college is a place that we send people to go get technical education? I will be honest. If you have a kid, a child, a grandchild, a niece, a nephew, a younger cousin, a younger sibling, they are wasting their fucking money going to university right out of high school. They should absolutely be going to the community college right out of high school. Get the same fucking education for 20% of the cost. English 101 at the community college is identical to English 101 at the university. In fact, many of the people that teach English 101, English 102, Communication 103, which is speech, philosophical analysis, a lot of your 100 level classes at the university are being taught by the same fucking people that teach at the community college. They're adjunct professors that are getting paid a flat rate fee to teach a class. Having a fucking college degree doesn't mean shit anymore. Those on top of their game earn credits for college and high school, right? Yeah, they do. My first day, so like I still went to my normal high school graduation. So I graduated on May 15th. And in August 15th, when I should have been a first semester freshman, I was a second semester sophomore. Because I took classes junior year, senior year, and over the summer. I skipped, and I was 1 credit away from being a junior. Because I had taken 2 labs, but 2 labs only gave me +1 credit. The labs took up the time, but I didn't get the credit for it. I was 2 years ahead. Now you got kids that are doing what's known as running start. Yeah, dual enrollment. You have to pay for them. You have to pay for the dual enrollment in a lot of places is paid for by the high school. You have to pay the college book and activity fee, but they pay for the class because it comes out of the coursework you're taking. Now, of course, this varies widely, state, county, municipal, blah, blah, blah. But why the fuck do they think so many kids are getting out of high school half the day or all of the day to do running start? Because they don't want to fucking listen to some bullshit asshole who's an idiot as well. My daughter is starting 7th grade. She's in the college-bound program in 7th grade. My daughter has already told the school district, I am doing running start. Why should a kid have to take English 3, which is bullshit, when the kid can take English 101 at the community college? And it ain't like the community colleges are full.
200 million Muslims.
Let's see. Let's play this one.
Jo-Ann Fabrics, Party City, Toys R Us, Red Lobster. They've all got something in common. They all got bought up by private equity and then went bankrupt. Private equity firms try to sell the same story. They say, we buy up failing businesses and make them better. Sounds nice, but it's actually the opposite. Over and over again, they buy up businesses that are doing just fine and run them straight into the ground. At this point, they're pulling from the same playbook. And it looks something like this. Step 1, a private equity firm buys a business, like Red Lobster. Step 2, they strip the company of its assets to turn a profit. In the case of Red Lobster, this meant selling the land that their restaurants were built on. Meanwhile, Red Lobster starts drowning in debt, trying to pay rent on the land it used to own and trying to pay off the private equity company's expensive management fees. Step 3, Red Lobster, now saddled in debt, is forced to file for bankruptcy. Workers lose their jobs, people lose their retirement savings. It's bad. So why haven't you heard about this whole scheme? Well, these private equity firms have also mastered the art of the cover-up. With Red Lobster, they tried to tell us the restaurant just gave away too much shrimp. Or in the case of Jo-Ann Fabrics, they claim people just didn't care about crafts anymore. What? The excuses don't add up. I mean, these are...
How do they lose their retirement savings? Because these companies that have their own pension funds, when they get bought, the private equity firm doesn't have to honor the pension program because they can diversify it. And so the original company the Red Lobster, the original entity, has to pay the pension. But when they're bleeding out money, yeah, some offered pensions. So some of these companies... It's great that you thought you had a pension, but when the company goes bankrupt, there's no pension fund left.
Businesses that are the bread and butter of local malls. They're the restaurants you grew up celebrating birthdays at and the stores where you found the perfect Halloween costume. And the problem is only getting worse under Donald Trump. Trump just fired the officials who worked to make sure that private equity didn't take advantage of local communities, from the federal bankruptcy watchdog to the independent officials at the Federal Trade Commission. He's giving these companies, owned by his buddies, a green light to keep on bleeding these businesses dry. Look, I've been sounding the alarm on private equity for years, and I know there are so many awful things happening right now that it feels like your head is going to fall off. But we can't let Donald Trump keep giving private equity the license to destroy the businesses we love. We've all got to spread the word about this and join the fight to put a stop to private equity takeovers.
But you can't, and that's the problem. You can't. If you are a publicly traded company, like, for example, if I was best friends with Elon Musk, if Elon Musk was my boy, I would say to Elon, be like, hey man, I just got back from my vacation at Disney and they're running their company into the ground. Can we buy Disney and you appoint me to run it? And Elon could. Without breaking a sweat, Elon could buy the Disney Corp. And he could turn around and say, Jay, you're retired. You're a waste of fucking talent. I'm buying Disney Corp. I want you to run it. You can't stop. You can't have picky choosy rules. If it's the board, then they decide to sell. It's on them. Well, right, but Disney is exactly. If you have a board of directors that owns the company, and they choose to sell, What are some examples of private equity coming in and making the businesses more successful? None. There are none. Private equity companies come in to do hostile takeovers, to strip all the value of a company out, and then they make their money. Like in the example of the Red Lobster private equity takeover, Red Lobster got bought, and then the company that owns the new company that owned Red Lobster also owned a shrimping business. And so they required Red Lobster to buy a third of their shrimp from this company. And they required them to buy more than they needed to be 1/3. And then Red Lobster's stuck holding all the shrimp. Shareholders typically vote on the two, right? Not typically, no. Depending on which way you take over. Once you have 50.1% of the voting shares, you don't need anybody else's opinion. There is a group that buys companies and makes them better. Who? Warren Buffett's company, Berkshire Hathaway, has, but he has helped restructure their debt at Heinz and Kraft. Danner is a company, but they deal with such small things. But I want to remind people when they say makes them better for the employees. Yeah, they have a 5-year plan to exit. Usually a 3-year plan to exit. We're gonna buy this company. Then we're like Toys R Us is a great example. Toys R Us owned all the land of all their stores. So the private equity company came in, bought Toys R Us, sold all the land to their own holding company, made the stores pay rent through the roof, sold off all their surplus inventory at pennies on the dollar. It's all bullshit. See, and this is where when you have a company come in and take 50.1% of the voting power, then every action you take you can justify, because if I own I'm just going to say 51% because it's easier. If I own 51% of Disney, then I don't have to give a shit what the other 49% say. Because the other 49%, their only recourse is to go to the SEC and say, he's not making good business decisions. And the SEC will say, but he votes 51%, therefore he must be making decisions that he thinks are best. Like, you have to prove he's making bad decisions. Well, what the fuck is that about? And as long as I'm doing things like the stock price goes up, oh, hey, look at that. We live in a world where people don't understand enough of the rule book, but they think they do. And because they don't know enough of the rule book, they complain. Like, everybody wants to talk about Southwest. Southwest is changing their whole business model. Yeah, because they're not profitable. I don't like the changes they're making. Okay, well, what changes would you like them to make to become profitable? Well, I used to like Southwest, but... So you were mad about the prices. You were mad about the routes. Now that they're trying to be profitable because they need money for capitalization, for upgrades, now you want to complain about the way they're doing it. Well, that's unfortunately not how that works. Like Starbucks. Talk about Starbucks employees for a second here. Starbucks employees make demands. They try to unionize. There is nothing that will fuck up a perfectly good operation faster than a union. Unions, 1 out of 10 times forming a union will benefit you. The other 9 times, forming a union is going to fuck you right out of a job. Well, I need better work conditions. What work conditions? Because there's a whole fucking list of things that you're, there's a whole fucking list of job work conditions that they have to adhere to. That's called fucking OSHA. Like, people talk about a couple of years ago now that Amazon, the Amazon incident where the warehouse got hit and like 6 employees were injured. Well, it wasn't Amazon's policy. It was a shitty manager that didn't, it was a shitty manager that didn't follow established policy. Amazon doesn't let you go to the bathroom when you want to. Okay, that's shitty. File a complaint. Oh, it turns out that they're following the law. Let's see. KKR has delivered notable success in rebuilding and turning around troubled businesses. They acquired CHI in 2015 for $600 million, and after operational improvements, sold it for $3 billion. Nabisco. Yeah, they do turn around and rebuild companies. Aligned employee ownership experiments and solid exit value. Well, yeah, but their job is they have an exit value. Most Americans don't like their job. Let's take a look at this. Let's actually take a look at this article. I've never seen this article. I'm going to look at it blind. Most Americans don't like their job. A private equity investor says he has a fix. Most Americans are disengaged at work. A fifth are phoning it in or planning to quit. Pete Stavros says private equity has the answer. Turn companies around by granting employees free shares of stock. He's the co-head of global private equity for the investment firm KKR, where he oversees one of the largest private equity portfolios in the world. All right. Okay, I literally can't turn the volume up. Well, that's weird. There we go. A TED Talk. I may have seen this. Some of this sounds familiar, but it's probably been a minute. But I imagine what he's going to talk about is that when you give people ownership in a company, then they have a vested interest in seeing the future of that business. They start to care because they actually see a return on investment. More of the detail, and because I know the story of that particular company. That company is a case study in CPI. This is also one of the things where I talk about, for the 20 years I owned my businesses, some of my businesses were on profit sharing. If you're familiar with restaurants and bars, you know that a restaurant and bar operates on a 30-30-30-10 split. This is your product cost. This is your overhead cost. This is all your salaries. And then this is the owner profit. This is where you take your draw from. If any of these go over, so if this becomes 31%, this becomes 9%. The problem with a 30-30-30-10 breakdown is people start to try to cut out of here, and they try to cut out of here, and they try to cut out of here to make this number go up. The problem with this is that as you cut these things, then your pool of money goes down. So sure, you're making 13% of this smaller number. If you had just left everything alone, 10% of the bigger number would be more money for you. Now, obviously, profit sharing doesn't work well in every industry. There are some jobs where you are simply going to never generate wealth, which is why it is really important where, and Grumpy Old Man says financial literacy is so huge. Time equals money, right? Money equals freedom. Freedom equals time. This is why people in some industries can make massive amounts of money because they have the freedom to do it, whereas you're selling 40 hours a week for a fixed amount of money. There is a lot of value, right? Financial education is huge. It's not easy to handle taxes on employee stock options, whether they were granted at 0 or at par, the differences and impacts on how to appropriately handle it. Right. A big part of, and this is where I don't have a particular case study to look at because the show is live and we go a lot of different directions. There are a lot of stories inside of companies that do stock options where, especially for a private company, absolutely. There are a lot of stories where a savvy person like me works at a company that decides to start giving ownership. And then I start buying everybody else's partial ownership because they don't understand that to them, $10,000 today is a lot of money. But I understand what this company is doing. I understand that if I have $50,000 and I buy up 5 people's ownership, that if this company increases us, well, now I didn't make 6.5 times my annual pay. I just made 30.5 times my annual pay. There is a lot to be said about profit sharing. There is an awful lot to be said about it. An awful lot. There's also a lot to be said about the good. There's a lot to be said about the bad. As you saw, they spent $1 million to put air conditioning in the manufacturing floor. Well, if it cost $1 million to put air conditioning in the manufacturing floor, then that cost was a lot more than $1 million. Because it costs you all $1 million to put it in this year. What's the cost of it next year? But the question becomes, how much does it cost you? Let's say it costs you $100,000 a year to run the air conditioning on the manufacturing floor. Do you get back $190,000? Do your employees get more done? Do your employees make less mistakes? Do you have less waste? If you've read Toyota Production, the Toyota Way, they're interested in saving 1 second on a process. If you can save them 1 second on a process, they'll pay you hundreds of thousands of dollars. Because 1 second on a car, coupled by how many cars they make in a year, saves them a lot of money. This is also a problem with worker education. One of the things that always drove me nuts about workers were, if you get done with the work, the shift is over. But they don't pay you. They don't pay you for the rest of the shift. So, for example, you have the opportunity to make $50 an hour for 8 hours, so you're going to make $400. But if you get the work done in 7 hours, you're only going to make $350. Therefore, there's no incentive to get the work done in 7 hours. The incentive is to get the work done in 8. So you stay on site. Well, what if instead of it just being a day of work, what if it's on a Thursday, right? And there's 4 hours left in the workday, but there's 6 hours left of work to do. So you're gonna push this to Friday so that you come in and do 2 hours of work on Friday and then go off to another job site. Well, now I can't bring the plumber in on Friday. If I had said to you, if there was some give and some take, right? And this is where I say nothing will fuck up a good deal faster than a union. Look, I need you guys to get done with this work today on Thursday. And then they start saying, oh, well, then you're going to have to pay us 2 hours of overtime because we're going to have to be here longer. Well, that's where owner stock is going to short circuit that bullshit. As soon as I say, hey guys, I know there's 6 hours of work left to do on this project, but I need it done today because the plumbers are coming in tomorrow. And the sooner the plumbers come in, the sooner we get the next disbursement of money. Then it doesn't become about 2 hours of overtime. Then it becomes about all those men and women on the job site today understand that they are partially owners of the company and they're going to get a bonus because of how things work out. I wish we had more of this. I wish we had a lot more of this. Unfortunately, even in places that we have it, employees don't take advantage of it. Employees have the opportunity to buy stock at a incentive rate. Stock is currently trading for $75 a share, so employees can buy stock at 58. Well, they don't. They don't take advantage of that. It's the same people, like, it doesn't even matter what job you're in. If I tell you that the company will match up to 4%, the company will match up to 4% into your 401k. This is not a trick question. If the company will match up to 4% into your 401k, what percentage should you be putting into your 401k? And there'll be people that are like, well, I can't, I can't afford. If you can't afford to be putting in that 4%, so you get 4% more money out of your company, then you need a lot more financial advice. Walmart stock matches up to $1,200 a year. $1,800 a year. Walmart matches 15% of the first $1,800. Okay, so it's $270. So Walmart 15% matches $180, which is honestly kind of shit. You pay 5% to get 4% from yours? Yeah. You should be. If you can be getting 4%, then that's what you should be putting in. Yeah, this Walmart deal is kind of shit. The associate stock purchase plan, they match 15% of the first 1,800 an employee contributes to the plan each year, which is pretty horrible. Pretty horrible. What's Walmart's stock at right now? So ultimately, Walmart will buy you 2.5 shares of stock. I've known people that retired from Walmart with a big sum, but they had to put up with Walmart for 20 years. To be honest, if you're going to be at Walmart for 20 years, you're going to be a store manager and you're going to be making 6 figures. And if you're not a store manager by about year 14, you're doing shit wrong. The management company has been really good too. 14% return the last 2 years. Yeah, that is really good. Anything over 7%, you want a return of over 7% because then your money doubles every 7 years. It's just how it is. What Grumpy Old Man said was, I've seen a lot of people who just want to come in at 8 and leave at 5. They aren't invested in contributing anything else. Yeah, and they aren't interested in feedback, working on improving processes, surveys, feedback, even when done on company time. Yeah, and see, therein lies another problem with trying to fix anything. There are so many people who don't give a shit. Right? They don't give a shit. Like, I don't do this show because it makes me rich. I do this show basically to, if I inspire one person, and I've inspired a lot of people. I don't need to do this. I don't make shit doing this. I don't make anything doing this. The record label gets maybe 50 or 60 songs on it a year right now for me doing this. But there's an awful lot of people that need a boot in their ass. It's like, right now, who do you have as your big content creators? Influencing people. You got Pirate Software, who completely, I can't believe how fucking dumb one person can be. I can't believe how dumb this individual, I'm not upset for him because I think he deserves every ounce of what he's getting. But there were a lot of people that were relying on him, animals relying on him, moderators relying on him, a company that got their games fucked with because of him. All because, man, you can't fucking read the room. Right now, content creators left, right, and center are all being kind of exposed for having view bots. Twitch is now looking at all the people that have inflated numbers. I don't think he's a good guy. I don't think he's a good guy at all. There's nothing about him that screams good guy to me. If you could tell me what about him screams good guy, I think it's great that he has a ferret rescue. I think that's good. But I don't think he's a good guy. I think the big piece that he missed was he misread the room. Now, I defended him at the point where he needed to be defended for the argument's sake, for the data's sake. A lot of people say he's single-handedly responsible. The propaganda against him is a bit harsh. What propaganda against him, though? Because I've looked at most of the things that have been said about him, and it's not propaganda against him. I think the fact that he was paying, I would love to have this as a setup. I would love to grow to a point where I could be paying composers what I was paying them in the past. Because I've spent $31,000 on the music on PGN Music. I don't think people quite realize just how much music we have that was done by professional composers. Some of my lyrical stuff is done by AI because I simply can't afford to pay lyricists, and there were some songs I wanted to put out in case I die. But we have an awful lot of music on PGN Music. I've spent $31,000 putting these albums together, right? A lot of it is hyperbolic and jumping on the hate train. Right, but here, let me stop you. What? You keep look at your argument so far, and I have asked you pointed questions, and you haven't given me even one factoid yet. What propaganda against him? You said the propaganda against him is a bit harsh. What propaganda? Because I don't know what you're talking about. You say a lot of it is being hyperbolic and jumping on the hate train. What part of it? That I'm asking you very specifically. I think he talked out his ass. And then somebody went back and looked at all the things he said, and when neutral parties who are doing it for the views, like if you make a hit piece about somebody that gets 1 million views, right, it's harder to speak out instances than it is to speak into a mic, except you have all the time in the world to answer the question. That's the interesting thing about having time. You said a lot of it is hyperbolic. Instead of saying a lot of it is hyperbolic, say this is hyperbolic. This thing is. See, when people say, "Oh, I can't keep up," because you can set the pace. I can only respond to the things people say. So if they slow down their pace, open up Notepad, bang away in Notepad, they can do that. I think that I'm going to say this. I think the only real, not fake as fuck content creator right now is the one that half the people hate, and that's Asmongold. And half the people hate Asmongold because he doesn't give a shit about you. He doesn't give a shit if what he says offends you, because the dude can start streaming on Kick and make $250,000. And he never needs to make another dime in his life. He's smart enough that he has his money. He no doubt has it invested. If he can make $250,000, he was harsh on trashing the Stop Killing Games guy, but if he doesn't support the movement, that's his opinion. But he's getting pointed at it as killing it. Well, here's the problem. What he did with Stop Killing Games was built a straw man so that he could knock it down, and he forgot that he has a bias. If you have a bias about something, you need to be doubly careful about your views, and you always need to do an advocacy. Now, as a person who does not give a shit about Pirate Software, and as a person who thinks the Stop Killing Games initiative was fucking terrible, not the intention, but the way they went about it. And I've spent 2 whole shows going through their website, breaking it down line by line, which is what he should have done, because he had, and then it got exposed that he's a shit coder anyway. He should have gone through like I did. This is good, this is bad, this is good, this is why, this is bad, this is why. This is going to result in this is going to result in that. I've done that on 2 different shows. Where I'll defend Pirate Software is that when he made his video, the movement was already dying. So because the movement was already dying, Thor should have just kept his mouth shut. He has a bias, so he has an agenda. People brought it to me a bunch of times over the months, and I was like, guys, I don't give a shit. I'm from America. This initiative doesn't apply to me. It doesn't help me. And then finally somebody was like, will you look at it? I did. I wrote an article about it. And then I had to write an addendum to the article about it because of dumb motherfuckers. The WoW drama thing was dumb. It was just people who didn't like him over everything's jumping on him and hyping. No, it wasn't. No. Let me stop you right there. He called out the dumb motherfucker who pulled aggro. It turns out he's the dumb motherfucker who pulled aggro. And he didn't then say, I'm the dumb motherfucker. If you go back and you look at that WoW drama, He talked mad shit about the dumb motherfucker who pulled aggro. And it was him that pulled it. The replay shows it's him that pulls it. See, the difference with that is I've done that. I've been in that situation. Which one of you dumb motherfuckers pulled that dragon? Jay, you pulled the dragon. I'm the dumb motherfucker who pulled that dragon. Okay, we're gonna learn from my mistakes. Don't pull the big fucking ugly undead dragon. It's that easy. It's that easy. Which one of you dumb motherfuckers? Hey, you're the dumb motherfucker. I'm the dumb motherfucker. No, he didn't. No. Let me help you out. He never said he made mistakes. He not only does he not. Here, I'm gonna show you the I'm gonna show you the clip of I'm gonna show you the
I think sometimes the things that I
Pirate
talk.
Software completely fucked himself because he doesn't admit that he has he doesn't admit. No, he didn't. Let me help you out, man. Neo, I'm gonna help you out. No, the fuck he didn't. Not in any time or fashion that is relevant. If he did a Mea Culpa months later, he literally got the clip shown to him where he was the one that pulled the aggro, and he never apologized for it. Because I followed this in depth. Right? But this right here, this is his problem. This is his problem.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase. Sure. This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this. Yeah. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No. You don't see it that way. You're wrong. Okay? No. The video you saw that broke it down, let me help you out. Pirate Software pulled the aggro. Irrefutable proof. He's the one that pulls the fucking extras. There's no discussion here. We're not having a fucking debate. Okay, we're not having a fucking debate on it. It's been presented, and Pirate Software has acknowledged he pulled. Pirate Software has acknowledged he's the dumb fuck that pulled. There's no debate. We're not defending him. We're not rewriting history. He's acknowledged. He's seen the video. He's shown the video. He acknowledges it, but he doesn't apologize for it. Okay? The thing here is, this guy was on top of the game. That's not true. Let me help you out. I'm not interested in a fucking debate with you. He has been shown the clip. He has played the clip. There is no dispute. It is him who pulls it. You can continue to defend him in your world if it fits your narrative. In my narrative, in my world, I don't give a shit about WoW. I give zero fucks about WoW. I don't fucking care. I get no agenda. I get no advancement. It doesn't fit my narrative. I don't have... No, dude, let me help you out. Shut the fuck up. I don't care. You have a vested interest. You like the guy. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about WoW. I don't give a fuck about none of it. Pirate Software has shown the clip and acknowledged it, but never apologized for it. Yeah, right there. The problem is not that he made a mistake. The problem is he went off on a tangent. It was later revealed it was his bad pull, and then he didn't take responsibility for it. That's the only thing here. That's the only fucking part of the discussion. That's nothing else that you're saying. I don't give a fuck. Okay, it's not the fucking boss we're worried about. It's the other shit. The druid was supposed to pull the boss. That's how I know you haven't looked at this at the same level. It was the other shit that got pulled by Pirate Software. That's how I know you don't care enough to care enough. Okay? It was about the fact that Pirate Software said, who the fuck pulled all this other stuff? got people killed. I ran away. It was his fucking pull. It was his damage that pulled the other fucking pack of shit. I don't give a fuck. The clip you showed was Pirate going on Dr. K's stream to work out. No, the clip what do you mean? That's not what I showed the clip for. Regardless, Neo, I don't give a shit. I showed the Dr. K clip because literally the guy gets told that's the most arrogant statement on the planet, and he says no. No. When you, for example, I am arrogant as fuck, and I make no apology for it because I don't care. When people say you're an arrogant fuck, I say yes, I am. Moving on. It's on my character sheet. It's in the flaw section. I took the 5-point flaw. I don't care. When somebody acknowledges it, I don't say I'm not arrogant. I say I'm arrogant as fuck. So that then the person knows what they're dealing with. Just like if somebody was illiterate, I would say you're illiterate as fuck. If they start to argue with me, I'd be like, fine, read this. And when they can't, I'd be like, you're illiterate as fuck. It's on the character sheet. See, I think that's what people fail to do. People fail to write themselves a character sheet. They fail to do so. So they don't know who and what they are. I make no apologies for being arrogant. I do not put other people down. No, my goal isn't to show how much of a bad guy is. See, why are you assuming what my goal is when all you have to do is say, what's my goal? See, that's your problem. You're defending a guy through a pseudo relationship. He went on a show. He did not go on Dr. K to figure out why he was getting so much hate. He went on Dr. K. If he was there to try to figure out why he was getting so much hate.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase. Sure. This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this. Yeah. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way.
I don't see it that way. I said I think he's a good guy. No, I asked you to justify. Like, here's the thing, Neo. This is the point. You have not given me one single thing. You have not given me one single thing that makes him a good guy. You haven't done any of that. All you have done is counter everything I say. If he's a good guy, why don't you have good guy things to say about him? You're defending against the things I'm saying. Why? Because I've told you, in fairness to you, I've already set the arena. I have discounted your entire interpretation of the WoW event. I have paid you the courtesy to tell you my narrative is the narrative. I've watched the whole 3 to 4 hour Dr. K session as well. Mental health and psychology is my bag. I watch most of Dr. K. I like a lot of what he does. I have said on my show before, I think Dr. K is amazing for what he does. I'm happy you watched the whole 3 to 4 hour session. I don't think Pirate Software is a good guy because I don't think there's anything good guy about him. But instead of you saying you're wrong on the points of WoW, no, you're wrong on the points of the WoW event. Let me help you out how this works, Neo. This is my house. This box is my house. Why are you continuing to argue with me about what I've already told you I've accepted as the narrative? Nothing you do at this moment can convince me I'm wrong about the WoW narrative. So why do you continue to try? I've paid you a courtesy I don't pay many people. I've literally stopped you and said, he didn't refute what Dr. K told him. What are you talking about? He literally does.
Bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way.
I don't see it that way. That is literally refuting what Dr. K just said. That there is no more black and white of a refuting statement than I don't see it that way.
but all right.
Right? So, oh yeah, so you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
You're wrong. No. Let me help you out. One of the two people on the screen right now is the expert. It's not the guy at the top. He literally said, this is the classic...
You don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
You're wrong. No. Later, after he realizes what Dr. Chai... Dude, let me help you out with something. Let me help you out. I have now pointed... This will now be the 5th time I have put it back on you. You have an unhealthy pseudo-relationship with Pirate Software. Because you are defending him in the worst possible way. I have now given you 5 opportunities to just tell me the good about him. And you're unable to do that. You're unable to tell me. I don't give a fuck if they went 4 hours on it, man. I don't care. I care about... I have given you 5 opportunities to tell me good things about Thor. And you are either unwilling or unable to do so. You have an unhealthy pseudo-relationship with him because every single thing I bring up, you're digging in and you're defending. You're like, I've watched the whole 4 hours. Yeah, I've watched the whole thing too. You think I don't watch the whole thing before I show something? He finally accepts. No, he doesn't. And here's why I'll tell you he doesn't. Because watch all of Thor's streams immediately afterwards. You can look it up. Look up what? I will now say to you for a 6th time, tell me good things about him. No, I'm not bringing up points that are wrong, you illiterate motherfucker. That's the problem with you. You're like, you're wrong, you're wrong. He didn't change. After 4 hours, he accepts it. Did he change? Because the answer is no, he didn't change. He went right back to doing his show the way he always does his show. Right? He went right back to being confrontational, right back to being bullshit, right back to defending his bullshit that his video game runs on a smart fridge, gets busted out lying for that. His game doesn't run on a smart fridge, it runs through a Raspberry Pi transmitted. No, now I'll say to you the 7th time, give me good things he does. Give me good things he does because you told me he's a good guy. Why are you unwilling or unable to paint him as a good guy? And I'm not hyperbolic about anything. I'm not exaggerated about anything. It's cool that you can use buzzwords, but 7 times now. Just shift your fucking gears and say good things about him. Let's go for 20 times. Why are you unwilling or unable to tell me good things about him? That would be the best defense you could give for him right now. Literally, somebody not engaged said, I like the fact that he has a parrot sanctuary, that he pays his mods. I've said those things. What else is good about him? That he cheated on his wife? I have looked up a lot of things about him. I'm not the guy that said he's a good guy. You are. I literally have said the 2 good things about him. You've said 0. You're the one who said he's a good dude. I literally said I like the Ferret Sanctuary and I like the fact that he pays his mods. He's somewhat decent at explaining things as long as he stays in the wheelhouse of things he's a subject matter expert in. But now that people have broken down his code on their videos, I'm not quite sure if he's a subject matter expert. Which the 10 days I was on vacation, I have some stuff to catch up on. But you notice, guys, this is the same problem we have all the time. I make a point. People want to fight with me about my point. I give them 8, 9, 10, 15, 20. He seems like a good dude. No, he doesn't. He cheated on his wife. So, how is that a good dude? See, what you're doing right now, Neo, is you're walking down a road and you're opening up the avenue for people to say negative things about it. Because you're unable to say anything good about him. He seems like a good dude. They said the same thing about Charles Manson and John Wayne Gacy. Anyone can pick apart anyone else's code and make them... Again, Neo, you are simply... I'm just gonna have your side of the conversation since you don't want to have it. Neo is unable or unwilling to say anything good about it. No, he hasn't contributed anything to game development. In fact, things that he said are not possible in the program he uses are actually possible. Things that he has said on his stream where it was like learn to code, where he was saying things about whatever it is, game dev, he has said this isn't possible, and it's literally in the literature that you can. They say the same about you. Lots of people say things. Nobody says anything about my code because I say my code is shit. Like, I literally say my code is shit, so nobody can be saying anything worse about my code. I literally say that if you're copying my code, you're fucking copying the wrong homework. But again, you're choosing to not say anything good. Why? You're choosing... Everyone's code can be made to be shit. Again, Neo, why are you caught up on this? Give me good things about the guy, or shut the fuck up. You're the guy who said he's a good dude. Tell me things about him that make me want to believe that, or shut up. Or just shut the fuck up. Because all you've done is argue my points. Most people have agreed with me. What about the guy makes him a good dude? That's all I want to hear from you. That's literally all the fuck I want to hear from you. What makes him a good dude? Don't want to hear anything else. Nope. I told you. I only want to hear from you why he's a good dude. Because I've already said good things about him. So, I don't get back to you because you don't pay me. So, again, the only thing I want to hear from you is why he's a good dude. It's just that simple. He has nice hair. That's it? Okay. So, basically what you're saying is you talk shit out your mouth. You don't have anything to say about him good. And you just have a pseudo relationship with him. He doesn't have a smooth voice. Unfortunately, he doesn't actually have that. All of his voice is completely mic effects. No, I don't want to talk shit. You said he has a smooth voice. That's literally not his voice. I'll see if I can pull it up. My voice isn't fake. Hold on a second. Do you think that I would deliberately set my EQ to make me sound like I'm gargling a bag of fucking gravel? The only thing my fucking EQ does is take out all the room noise. So, if I had the ability to make my voice sound better, I absolutely the fuck would. So what's your point? Like that literally hurts my brain. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like I have the other one. Yes, I take out all of the fucking vocal range so that it's easier on your ears. I don't deliberately add a bunch of bass to my voice. Yeah, here it is. So there is a huge difference between cleaning up.
Joanne Fabrics, Party City, Toys.
There is a huge difference. See, all you're doing now is you're you're making a bullshit argument. There's a huge difference between what I do.
So I feel like
and
I'm
this.
being direct, and other people feel like I'm being evasive.
100%.
I think he needs to remove his mic filter that gives him the radio voice.
Software, how's your show been so far?
It's actually been amazing. It's our first time out here.
So you see, there's a little bit of a difference between setting your mic to be the Howard Stern, like the deep bass, and your real voice.
Denver Comic-Con, and there's so many people. They love the games, so it's been awesome.
So speaking of games, what do you have for us today?
So we have Champions of Breakfast. That game is pretty difficult.
Because I'm not going to make fun of his voice, I don't give a shit. But I will make fun of the comparison between the voice and the filters.
So, anyway, back to the fact that Neo can't tell me why he's a good dude, which is, see guys, the mic interviewer sounds like shit. No, it actually is what a mic sounds like. So, it's what a live mic sounds like. So, other than that, see, it's always interesting. Have you ever noticed that when you start a conversation and somebody's like, he's a good dude, and you ask them, no, that mic is awful. Okay, keep in whatever narrative you want to live in. I'll be waiting for you to get back to me for the reasons why I think he's a good dude. Because he's clearly a great dude, but you can't tell me why. That's what's so terrible about people. I started off with a point, and then I get people that want to like have, so that you guys see, this is a walking, talking example of why pseudo relationships are so dangerous. Because if you want to have like 50 great things to say about somebody, you should be able to list like 50 great things. Which is where I think I started off along the lines of Thor needed to take a step back and realize everything he built, he was shitting on. The moderators that he pays have come to count on a paycheck. I'd love to be in a position where I could pay 5 or 6 moderators. I'd love to be in a position where I could pay somebody to just make clips of the channel all day. Because once you get to the point where you can pay moderators, more importantly, once you can get to the point where you can pay a video editor, that video editor generates way more than in value what you're paying them. It's like you can say 100 great things about somebody if you know them. If you don't know them, well, it's really easy to look at the things like you defend every little thing that the person does. If you have to spend that much time defending a person, maybe they're not worthy of your defense. Like I said, though, I'd love to be in a situation where I could have like, hey, no, you really can't argue with me. Here's the problem. You try, but you're like down here, and I need people that argue with me to be like up here. Like, so save yourself the headache and don't come back. Because like I asked you like 8, 9, 10 times. You were unwilling or unable. So you weren't interested in having a legitimate discussion. And that's my problem with people on the internet. My ego is as big as... What did I say about my ego? My ego has nothing to do with this. I asked you 10 times to tell me like one good thing about the guy. The best you came up with was his hair. Because you don't get credit for the ferret thing or the mod thing. I already said them. So I don't even know why you bother coming back. I don't have an ego. I don't need to have an ego. I don't give a shit. See, it's always funny. People are like, you have an ego. I don't have an ego. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. I'm just here to talk about politics. Not with you, no. I really don't want to talk about anything with you because I asked you 10 fucking times to do something. And you were unwilling to do it. You don't understand how when a person sets the confines for a discussion, you can either accept it or not engage, but you don't get to change my confines. I don't feel like having the confines of the discussion because this is what I've accepted as my reality. And you want to spend 5 minutes trying to convince me. I've already told you, you're not going to. And you like a dog with a bone. And you want to laugh. Dude, what? Now you're going to say my ego? I've already told you what I've accepted as reality. I've literally said you could spend the next 500 years and I'm not going to change my viewpoint. Because this is what my view is. So unless you bring me new empirical data, we'll just deal with that motherfucker like that. Boom! See, I just get rid of people like that. They're not even useful. People like that aren't even useful to keep around. It's like talking. Yeah, it's like talking to a brick fucking wall, man. Like there is no point because they're sick. Because they're sick in the head. They have an unhealthy pseudo relationship. They're not going to change. So there's no, and I don't want to be responsible for breaking down their reality.
I've begun to really see Dollar General as like a criminal organization.
When I heard this TikTok video, I actually was shocked. I don't know if you heard the beginning of that. I'll let it play again. But this video got me excited.
I've begun to really see Dollar General as like a criminal organization.
You are stealing from my community, and I think they're very aware of it.
It's a classic bait and switch.
Somebody at the top is making a lot of money.
Go for a drive in any American county, and you'll likely soon pass by the yellow and black lettering of a Dollar General. Drive a little further, and another will appear. Then another, then another.
Here's the other Dollar General store. It's 7 miles from the last Dollar General store we were at.
With nearly 20,000 Dollar General stores in 48 states, the Tennessee-based discount chain has sunk its teeth into lower-income, rural, and suburban areas everywhere.
Okay, so I thought about this for a minute, and then I realized, holy shit, they're not wrong. My town of 8,800 people has 2 Dollar Generals in it, less than 5 miles apart. But neither one of them is ever fucking open because they can't keep staff.
It's easy to look at the dollar stores and think they are a sign of economic distress or a symptom of economic distress, but what we found is that they're in fact a cause of it.
Underneath Dollar General's so-called low everyday prices in convenient locations lies a sinister business model and a massive scandal that hardly anybody knows about.
The fact that we have to sue a company to get them to tell the truth is absurd in my mind to begin with.
My name is Lori Hartline. I am a Dollar General shopper out of convenience in my neighborhood.
Well, everybody is a shopper out of convenience.
What you see here is when you travel, you'll go from looking for a grocery store, and before you get one, you have 3 Dollar General options. And that's all you have.
In May of 2022, Lori Hartline started noticing some seemingly harmless discrepancies while shopping at her local Dollar General.
When they opened up in, I think it was 2021, their price of my kitty litter was $8.95. Great. I purchased it all the time. I didn't pay attention. I go up there, I check out, I leave. Well, one day, wait a minute, $10? I noticed it. I asked him about it. Oh no, they've raised the price.
Well, no shit. They raise prices. Like, fucking ta-da.
Well, that doesn't say it on the shelf. Well, they just have to change it. It's in the computer. It's not on the shelf.
Okay, well, that's illegal. So that's a talking point. If you have a price on the shelf, you have to honor the price on the shelf.
Next week, go in and buy cat litter. Same thing. That is not what the price says on the shelf. What am I doing wrong here? I was watching the news one morning and heard about Dollar General in the state of Ohio was being sued for deceptive pricing. That is what happens to me. I knew I wasn't crazy. I know it's just not me.
After months of repeatedly being overcharged by Dollar General, Lori wrote a letter to the Oklahoma Attorney General.
And within 2 days, I got a response that they forwarded the letter. Great. They responded back, Dollar General did, and they apologized and they said, we'll have a gift card for you. I said, okay, well, let me just ask, how much is it for? $10. Tell her to keep it. I don't want it. It was insulting.
Lori's story was brought to attorney Mark Dan, where it became the basis for one of 3 class action lawsuits in Oklahoma, New York, and New Jersey.
I don't think there's any question that Dollar General is doing this intentionally and systematically.
June 22nd, I was overcharged 4 items out of 11. $7.95 was advertised $6.50.
If you tell me one thing and then charge me something else, in almost every jurisdiction in America, that would be theft by deception. Corporations, as we now know from the U.S. Supreme Court, are people, and people need to follow the law.
Dollar General's deceptive business practices run deeper than most realize, according to Stacy Mitchell, a researcher at the Institute.
All right, so this goes on and on and on. And again, is it a problem? Yes, the fuck it is a problem. It's a problem because number one, I mentioned when we had a Dollar General in my town, and we had a small mom and pop grocery store. Unfortunately, the small mom and pop grocery store got bought by somebody who wanted to bring it up to, a little bit of more modern. They buy it, they invest a good $1 million into the small grocery store, and while they're doing that, our town gives permission for them to build one Dollar General Market and a Dollar General. Well, Dollar General just forgets that they're told they can only build one Dollar General Market. They built 2 Dollar General Markets, which my town didn't do anything about. My town was just like, oh, well, we need the business revenue. Meanwhile, the guy that's put $1 million into the grocery store is like, I'm going to lose my ass here because you've allowed not 1, but 2 Dollar General Markets. And then, as I said, the Dollar Generals here very rarely open. If you need something, you have to go to the Dollar General sometime between 10:30 in the morning and 3, because that's the only time they're really ever open, because the manager goes in to make sure they don't reject the truck. Because if the truck gets rejected, corporate will that'll fucking piss corporate off. Like, if you have to demurge a truck, if you're not familiar with demurge, it's the truck driver starts getting paid an astronomical amount of money every minute he's waiting outside of the allotted time. Well, again, remember I said during the Stop Killing Games thing, having a problem is one thing. Having a problem is one thing. Actually understanding the problem is the more important thing. Because if the solution is that's easy. But if your problem is that you have a square-shaped problem and you create a circle-shaped solution, you didn't fix anything. So her argument was what did she say? The dollar amount on the shelf, the dollar amount on the shelf, the dollar amount on the shelf. Okay, so this is Walmart has started rolling these out. Most other stores are going to be pushing these out soon. These are electronic signs. Do you know what this allows them to do? It allows them to do surge pricing. It allows them in real time to raise the price on things as the demand goes up. So in real time, if it's, if the demand starts going up, the price can go up. So you bought it this morning at $6.97, but their real-time algorithm shows that a better price should be $7.29. This is the same thing that remember everybody got pissed. Yeah, Uber pricing. Remember everybody got pissed about McDonald's saying McDonald's was going to move to surge pricing, where lunch was going to be more expensive if you went to lunch between 11 and 1, because it falls into that range. Well, what the fuck is that? You get your lunch at 10:45, so your lunch is only $8, but you go in the middle of the rush, so your lunch is $11. It's not what we need. Dollar General, where they're talking about Dollar General keeping people in poverty, a while ago, I don't know, because it's in my brain, I just did a show the other day, but in your brains, I've been gone for 2 weeks. If you remember, the guy talked about as soon as he had a little bit of money, he bought a washer and a dryer. And as soon as he had the washer and the dryer, what that meant was that freed up money every week. It freed up more than just money, it freed up time. It's like I had, while I was on vacation, I had a couple of interesting conversations with people about my theory about getting rid of Netflix. And as you guys know, I say quite often, get rid of Netflix. If you're poor, get rid of Netflix. Getting rid of Netflix has nothing to do with getting rid of the, what is Netflix now, $19.99 a month? It's not about the $19.99 a month. Getting rid of Netflix is about getting rid of all that time you're wasting. Like, one of the things I used to say to people, I had small children when I was a military officer. When I retired, I had a 3-year-old. My wife used to say to me, why do you get up so early in the morning to go to the gym? Because there were mornings I was out of the house 4:15 in the morning to go to the gym. Yeah, getting rid of the excuse to do something other than improving your situation. I used to get up at 4:15 to go to the gym because I knew there was nobody the fuck else on base gonna be ringing my BlackBerry about any problems. See, I was on really good terms with, CINC. And what I told them was, I just talked to them. I said, look, guys, if there's something come in overnight, I need you to call me right away. If it's something that, if I'm like, I need you guys to move my 3-digit. Well, technically, and the problem is, I'm a 3-digit because my job title is IDO, but my official office symbol was a 5-digit. So this was nestled under this. So you've got a 2-digit, right? The wing CC. Well, I told them, I said, I need to be right under this guy. If it has to do with deployment, I got to be right under that guy. And they were like, why? I said, because you're going to contact all these other people. You're going to contact the wing commander, the vice wing commander, the mission support group commander, the maintenance group commander, the ops group commander, the director of staff. You're going to contact all these fucking people. And by the time anybody calls me, it's going to be 5:30 in the morning. And I'm going to be fucking on a fucking running trail somewhere. So I would get a phone call at 2:30 in the morning and be like, yeah, there's something up with deployments. I'm like, I'm on my way in. I'm going to put on a uniform. I'll come on in. That way, by the time the wing commander gets in, walking in with a coffee, he's like, you're here early. Yeah, we've just changed the order of notification. Now I can brief you what's in this packet. Instead of you all having a meeting without me and me showing up 90 minutes later and me telling you everything you think is wrong. Well, I used to get up in the morning because nothing had fucked up with my day yet. I know a lot of people that put their PT at the end of the day. And there were a lot of people getting fat and out of shape. And I said, if you just moved your PT to the morning, there wouldn't be anything in the way of you going to PT. I don't want to get up that early. Well, why? What difference does it matter? What difference does it make if you're getting up at 4:15 to go to the gym or you're going to the gym at 4:15 in the afternoon? Other than the fact that you're going to get a better pump on at 4:15 in the morning. I used to get up 4:15, be at the base at 4:25, go in, clang and bang for 25, 30 minutes, go for a run, get back, jump in the shower, jump in the pool, swim for 20 minutes, 25 minutes, get out, shower, fix this fabulous mane, and then get a cup of coffee going to work. If you don't get up in the morning, and all of you people that do this shit, stop this. if you've got to get up at 6:30, if this is what time you have to get up, for the love of God, don't do this with the fucking snooze. All right? Please stop that shit. Please stop that shit. If you've got to get up at 6:30, set your alarm for 6:28 and just get the fuck up. Just get up. All that snooze shit, that doesn't help. Now, if you're going to get up, you're going to sit in you're going to read the news, you're going to lay in bed, you're going to turn the news on, that shit's okay. If your job requires you to watch or read the news, just get up. If you want to work out before work. Then nothing gets in the way. Then the worst part of your day is over. Well, I really don't like, okay, fine. Then do it your way. Do it your way. But then, when your boss asks you, hey, can you stay an extra hour today? Fuck. Now my gym time is gone because I got to pick up my kid. I can't have an argument because I got to go pick up my kid. I talked to a lot of people down at Disney about this Netflix thing, and they agree with me. How many people have like 6 subscription services that they don't ever watch? Like, there's a lot of people. Like, I know somebody that paid for, what is it, Uber Eats? You got to pay like $9.99 a month or some shit. I don't know what it is. I don't have it. But a person paying $9.99 a month for a year didn't realize that's $120 out. That's $120 out the door. $120 out the door because you forgot about it. I don't get it.
I've begun to really see.
Let's see. Last one. I like Gary Vee. I'm a really big fan of Gary Vee. Gary Vee has a lot of good advice and he gives it all away for free. This one right here, if you own a business or if you work at a business, this is a really, really good clip right here.
If you have an employee that is actually seriously important to your business and you do not have an understanding of what drives them, you need to have a 2.5-hour dinner and create that glue. Because one of the biggest things I see in businesses and entrepreneurs and failing is the over-reliance on an employee that leaves and then they have to start all over for 18 months. And the thing that could have allowed them to mitigate that disaster is literally a conversation. The place where you get the disproportionate highest ROI is when you listen to your employees.
That right there, we talked about it with earlier about ownership options. I had a great wing commander. I had an amazing wing commander. He knew all of his officers, and that's a lot of officers because you figure on a airplane patch, he's got probably 200 pilots. They're all officers. In the MSG, there was probably, in the mission support group, there was probably 100 officers. He came up to me once and he's like, so how's coaching going? I start thinking to myself, fuck, do I have this guy's kid on my team? Like, do I have, I'm going, like, yeah, it's going great, sir. He's like, it's good to see, a young lieutenant cutting out time to be a soccer coach. I was like, oh yeah, I wasn't intended to be a soccer coach. I normally don't coach soccer, but my wife is pregnant and she's high risk, so we can't. He's like, oh, that's amazing. And he had like a 20-minute conversation with me. And I never, clicked it together. I remember we had to evacuate all the tails off the base due to the conditions for high tornado capability or high tornado saturation existed, so we were evacuating all the iron. Yes, I'm a flight commander, and yes, I oversee the POL flight, but it's not so important that I be on base. I got a BlackBerry. I've already talked to my people. I already know who's in. I already have my binder. Somebody's already brought my binder down to the soccer field. I have the binder. I know what's going on. I get like 6 calls from not even my immediate boss. My immediate boss's assistant. No, my immediate boss's assistant's assistant. I'm getting a phone call every like 20 minutes. And I said, I'm going to be on station in 45 minutes or less. I have a uniform in the car. I'm currently coaching soccer. The wing commander knows where I'm at. I will have this conversation in person in 45 minutes. I walked in. There were 6 aircraft left on station. That was it. Out of the number of tails we had, which was like 70 something, we had 6 left on station. 4 were going into hangars. They couldn't fly. 2 were hangar queens, already in hangars. Wing commander is there, drinking coffee in my shop. Walked in, he's like, where you been? I was like, Saturday morning. Oh, he's like, yeah, you do the soccer thing. He's like, everything ran perfectly. I said, thank you, sir. He's there with my boss, my boss's boss, my boss's assistant, and the fucking numpty that's been calling me all fucking morning. He's like, it's a real testament. He looks at my boss, my commander. It's a real testament that this guy can run this shop from a soccer field. Didn't need to be here. And my boss was like, yeah, he's really good on leadership at the lowest level. I get then shoot out by a captain. I'm a lieutenant. She's a captain. You should have been here. It was embarrassing that you weren't here. How the fuck do you figure it was embarrassing? I just got kudos. I just got kudos from the boss. Leadership is this thing that either you have it or you don't. There are just some people that don't get it. Yeah, it makes them people instead of an office. Be a person, right? Be a person. We talked about ownership in the company. Make it so that people actually want to show up to work. Like, everywhere I went, I tried to have that, like, because in the military, or not even in the military, I don't need to know how to do your job to be your boss. I need to know how to get the best results out of you. That's why I'm there. That line from Margin Call, where Jeremy Iron is like, I'm here for one reason and one reason only. To guess what the music will do a day, a week, a month from now. I didn't get here by being smart. His job isn't to be smart. His job is to do one thing: leverage smart people. If I could give one piece of advice to everybody that has employees, your job isn't to manage people. Your job is to manage processes. Your job is to lead people. And as you see, some people want to be led. Some people want to be led. They want to be led so much they want you to just sit down, shut up, and let them do their thing. Other people, like the guy earlier, dude, there's nothing I can, like, you are incompatible to this patch of the ether. Because I've asked you the same question 10 fucking times, and you just want to argue about everything other than what I want you to talk about. So if you don't want to talk about what I want you to talk about, and you clearly don't want to talk about what you want to talk about, there's no point in you being here. There's no point in you being here. We're not gonna have a fucking discussion about he said, she said. This is the narrative. If you can't accept it, shut up. Because we've already been over it. With that said, I'm going to knock off Crook a couple of minutes early. My voice is starting to go. I will do some sort of show on Friday. My show will be early, though, because I have a CT on my neck and tongue. That's a really weird fucking place to have to get a CT. As we chase the cancer around my body, where are you fucking hiding? It might be in my tongue. With that said, I hope it is so we can get rid of it. So I'll go early, and then I'll do something else. Today is Wednesday, so tomorrow I'll be back playing some video games, just bullshitting. I will see you guys then.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think you will